You're joining us live from City Hall here in the great city of South Fulton. Introducing Mayor and Council. Mayor Khalid. Councilwoman Dr. Catherine Rao, District 1. Councilwoman Carmelita Gums, District 2. Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis, District 3. Councilman J.C. Sebastian, District 4. Councilwoman Keosha B. Bell, District 5. Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. Mayor Pro Tem Linda Becker Pritchett, District 7. Interim City Attorney Sarah Kelly. City Clerk Corey Adams. City Manager Sharon D. Subadan. Thank you for joining the City of South Fulton Council meeting, a city on the rise.
Good evening, or good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our fourth Tuesday meeting. We are live back at City Hall, 5440 Fulton Industrial Boulevard. We'll be here for the next few hours. Come and join us. Mr. Clerk, please sound the roll.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This is a roll call for the August 26th City Council work session. The Honorable Catherine F. Ryle, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6, will be absent today. The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please sound the first item.
First item are a couple of presentations by our city manager, Sharon D. Subadan.
Thank you. It's been a little while since we have presented the RISE Awards. We have 3 that we would like to present to this afternoon for June, July, and August. I'm going to ask the employees to come forward and ask you all if you'd be willing to take a picture with our employees. The first one is Laquita Alexander. The next one is Sylvie Callier Moses. And the third is DeMarco Powell.
Yes.
Okay. I'll do one with you and then I'll jump in.
Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. And see him. You can join in the middle. Beautiful. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, perfect. So now I'm gonna break it up so each person has their own photo.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, with the council?
Same thing. Council with council, and then we'll do see him. Beautiful. So we just tilt your award a little bit. Perfect. Right there. Beautiful. Thank you. One more time. There you go. One, two, and three. Beautiful. That was us with Jack.
Thank you.
Big smile. One, two, three. Okay, Miss Suzanne, come over to the podium. Beautiful. One, two, and three. Perfect. Marco. Big smiles. One, two, three. Very nice. Super nice. Let's make it the best shot. It's the last one. One, two, three. Congratulations, everybody.
And if I could have a moment of professional privilege, I would like to introduce some of our new management employees. Some of them you will interface with pretty regularly. And so I'm going to ask them to stand and come forward so that the council can see your face, your smiling faces. First, I have Wendy Angeletti. Wendy is the new management and budget manager in the Department of Finance. We have Brian Davis, the new Deputy Director of Facilities Management.
Would you come forward a little bit and turn this way so everyone can see you on the YouTube there? Yeah, awesome. Sure, go ahead. You want to step towards the middle, that's fine.
We have Jonathan Dorsey, who is our Facility Maintenance Manager. We have Mike Polanese, who is our Health, Safety, and Compliance Manager. We have Jason Redmond, our Facility Services Manager. And last but not least, here he comes. We have Interim Managing Director of Public Safety.
The man from the TV.
We may have seen him on TV once or twice, Cedric Alexander. So thank you all for allowing us to expand our team. It's been a long time coming, especially in general services, where we have so many projects and we're finally building out the team. So I'm very excited about that and excited about all that these new employees bring to our team and helping us to deliver for you and the people in South Fulton. So thank you all for joining the City of South Fulton.
Please sound the next item.
Next item is executive session.
All right. But before we go, I do want to introduce my new executive assistant, Murphy. You want to just stand up? He comes to us through Robert Half. He'll be helping out in my office. Thank you so much. That's it. And with that, the chair will entertain a motion to go into executive session.
I move that we recess in executive session for personnel, litigation, real estate, cybersecurity.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved 6-0. We are recessed at 4:11 p.m.
Thank you. order. Oh, actually, I need to go ahead and adjourn the work session. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn and reconvene.
I move to reconvene the work session.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, is there anything discussed in the executive session for which we need to take a public vote?
No, sir, there was no action taken in executive session that requires a public vote or discussion.
All right, I'll take this motion to reconvene by show of hands. Adjourn the work session, sorry.
Court, that motion approved 4-0. We are reconvened at 5:16 p.m.
All right, I will now take a motion to adjourn the work session.
I move to adjourn the alcohol license and zoning public hearing
No,
special
no,
meeting.
adjourn the work session.
Oh, I thought
We have to adjourn the work session now.
oh,
We
we
reconvened.
came back.
Yes,
Gotcha.
yes.
I move to adjourn the 4 o'clock work session.
Second.
All right, it's properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Motion approved 5-0.
You caught me trying to do those two motions together. You saw that. All right, I'm going to go ahead and call to order the 5 o'clock special call meeting for zoning and alcohol licensing. Mr. Clerk, please sound the roll.
It's roll call for today's alcohol license zoning public hearing. The Honorable Captain F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Here.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6, will be absent this evening. The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
Present. All right, please sound the first item.
And please remember to switch over in Civic Clerk. So, Mr. Mayor, we have the first item, alcohol license rezoning, variance, and modification cases for presentation and public hearing only. We do have, the first case is a withdrawal, and we did get a request for a deferral for the last case, so I'll sound the first one. Case Z 25-015 is a public hearing. Application by Two Links LLC, care of Nia Boswell, requesting a rezoning from AG1 to R4A to develop a small residential subdivision of 5 single-family detached homes on 1.82 acres at 4880 Delano Road. This property is located in Council District 3. Staff recommendation is denial. Planning Commission deferred this case. It's my understanding the applicant is requesting withdrawal. To 917.
That is correct. The applicant is requesting a withdrawal.
All right, I'll entertain a motion for withdrawal.
I move that we approve the, I motion for, we approve that we approve the withdrawal as sounded.
Been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
I have a discussion.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for discussion.
So, one of the reasons that this applicant has requested for withdrawal, I met with them, is that there was a lot of information that was not conveyed to this particular developer during the pre-application process, during the building review process. And, the recommendation was going to go to the Planning Commission as a denial. And I sat in the meeting with staff and the developer. And I want to put on the record and ask Ms. Subadan that you work with staff to make sure that our applicants are getting the checklist for CDRA. There's a checklist, a thorough checklist that applicants are saying they're not getting in the pre-application process. They're saying they're not being told information during the building review process. And when they're going through this process, it's like a moving target. And I'm going to start putting stuff on the record, and I'm putting this on the record because this developer is coming back. And while we're not supposed to make it this hard, when applicants are applying to do business in our city. Thank you.
All right, this is a legal proceeding, so I'm going to ask if we could go ahead and go in the queue and take these votes on civic clerk.
I'm not in the queue yet, but yes.
Has everyone else rolled over to the 5 p.m. meeting? Okay, let's do it by show of hands. We're just going to keep it moving, but let's try and get in the queue for these.
Record that motion approved 6-0 to withdraw.
All right, please sound the next item.
Did you want to go in order, or did you want to take the action item? There is one case asking for deferral.
Let's go ahead and take all the deferrals.
Okay. Point your attention to item E, which is case Z 25-001, U 25-002, it's a public hearing. Application by Randy Pimsler requesting a rezoning from MIX at C2 zoning with a special use permit to allow for a self-storage, multi-facility, and retail on the site at 0 Riverside Drive. This property is located in the Fulton Industrial Business Overlay District in Council District 1. Planning Commission recommendation was approval conditional. Staff recommendation approval conditional. There is a request to defer this item to the September 17th City Council meeting.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I move to defer case Z 25-001, U 25-002 till September 17th, 2025.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing and hearing none, are we ready to take this vote in the queue?
I still show 3 people not signed up yet.
Is there someone from IT that's IT in the house? And he appears. Are we going to take this vote by show of hands while we have our IT look at this?
Councilman Willis, yes. Defer? That motion is approved 6-0 to defer to September 17th meeting.
Oh, there we are. Thank you. All right. Okay. Please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter B, case U 25-004. It's a public hearing. The applicant seeks a special use permit to operate a nail salon at 6890 Camilton Road in the C1 Cliftondale Overlay District zoning district. This property is located in Council District 2. Planning Commission recommendation is approval conditional. And I would like to note that staff recommendation is approval. It says denial on the agenda, but they indicated it should say approval. Staff.
Yes, case U 25-004, the applicant is requesting a special use permit to operate an existing nail salon at 6890 Camilton Road in the C1 zoning district. This property is in City Council District 2. Staff is recommending approval along with the Planning Commission with 2 conditions. Those 2 conditions are that the special use permit is not transferable and that the permittee is required to maintain a valid City of South Fulton business license to operate a special use for the nail salon.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Are there any, first is the applicant present? All right, And do you have any speakers for or against?
Not that I'm going to receive the applicant's card.
All right, you do have 10 minutes. You do not have to use the entire 10 minutes. You may want to reserve some of the balance of your time if someone does want to speak in opposition. And before you begin, please state your name and address. Your time starts now.
Yes, sir. My name is Mong Hoa Tu. I'm represent for Mithi Thanh Trúc Bụi. This is the case of the nail store. In my understanding, we did all the paperwork. We submitted all the documentation, and we did the 2 public hearings, and we did the 2 gathering at the nail store with the 1,500 people email back to us. And the people already operate the nail store like 4 years ago, so we don't know why the reason for the rezoning or what the reason for not permit us to operate the nail store.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and, is there no speakers in opposition? I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and go to council comments and questions, beginning, as is always our practice, with the district representative. Councilwoman Gumbs.
Thank you. No question to you, but to staff. Am I able to move this for a vote for our next meeting? Or is it that we have to wait another time to the next meeting?
No, I do believe this is on the 7 o'clock agenda
Oh,
for
okay.
a motion and a vote.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Please sound the next item.
That brings us to case letter C, case Z 24-012, CV 24-002. It's a public hearing, application by SECC Land LLC, M, care of Hakeem Hilliard, requesting the rezoning from C1 in the Cliftondale Overlay District, CUP, and AG1 to A1 at 0 Campbellton Circle to develop 314 multifamily units. The applicant is also seeking a concurrent variance to exceed the height restriction of no more than 50 feet on 27.04 acres of land. This property is located in Council District 2. Staff recommendation is denial. Planning Commission recommendation is denial.
Oh, sir, go ahead, sir.
KZ 24-0112, along with the concurrent variance 24-003, along with a comprehensive development plan amendment 25-007. The address is 0 Campbellton Circle. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from C1 and CUP and AG1 to AL, which is our apartment limited district, to develop 322 multifamily units, along with a future land use amendment to amend the character area from suburban neighborhood 1 to community live work. The applicant is also requesting a concurrent variance to exceed the height restriction to no more than 50 feet on 28.48 acres of land. Staff is recommending approval for the rezoning, denial for the concurrent variance, and approval for the CDP amendment. This went to the Planning Commission, and they recommended denial for all 3 cases.
Ms. Clerk, we have,
You have to open up the public hearing. Yeah.
we're opening up this public hearing. Do you have speakers?
Yes, ma'am. We have several cards in support and several in opposition. I believe the rules are that you're allowed 10 minutes to present your case each side. Opposition gets 10, applicant gets 10.
Okay, to begin.
Mr. Hilliard, please proceed.
Good evening, council members. Hakeem Hilliard with Shillivis Grubman Law Firm here this evening on behalf of the applicant for this proposal. I'm happy to be here. I wanted to first say we come to this meeting after an extensive multi-year process with the city and staff community regarding the future of Campbellton Central Park. More than 20 public and stakeholder meetings, legally required notifications, direct mailings, and active engagement have allowed us to collaboratively shape this zoning request. What is before you is not just a developer's vision, but a consensus forged through repeated feedback from local residents, including neighborhood and HOA leaders and city experts. We have to publicly thank Councilmember Gumbs and former Representative Roger Bruce for facilitating many of these conversations by not directing the community on how to move forward with this proposal, but to have conversations that we believe ended up in a very productive solution. This proposal to rezone this property to allow for 322 professionally managed multifamily units with a blend of elevator-served apartments. I think the first apartment development in the city of South Fulton that does have elevators in it, so it's here to immediately serve seniors and older persons who want to downsize but stay in the community. 2-story cottages and townhomes designed for broad demographics, seniors, families, and empty nesters, supported by first-class amenities, extensive security, and preservation of mature landscaping. The key points I want to raise, because I want to be brief and save the time for rebuttal, because I know there's a lot of people here that want to speak in support, is that our proposal is not an upzoning. It's important to understand that it is a substantial downzoning from what the current code allows, up to 500,000 square feet of traffic-heavy retail and much higher density residential. This project dramatically reduces both the density and the intensity while preserving public value. The site's unique context, bounded by 2 state highways adjacent to commercial and utility uses and separated from single-family homes by extensive green space, makes it the right place for appropriately scaled multifamily housing without encroaching on established neighborhoods. The project preserves significant open space, including the donation of 83 acres for future public parkland, further evidence of our commitment to balancing development and community benefit. Mr. Williams talked about the variance and the recommendation of denial for the variance. We want to make clear that while staff has found against the variance, we respectfully disagree. The hardship is not self-created. It arises from the need to preserve substantial buffers and natural conditions, a commitment we made to the community when we designed this site. There's an existing single-family home development that's been there for years that buffers it to on one side, and be able to go up instead of spread out allows us to preserve the buffer that we promised to the community. The requested height is not to increase density, but to lay out the site in a way that creates distance from single-family homes, maximize green space, and honors both the intent and the spirit of the district. In closing, for this moment, this proposal meets and we believe exceeds the goals outlined in the South Fulton's Comprehensive Development Plan, particularly the call for greater housing diversity per the 2025 assessment that you all commissioned that came out in March. At 11.3 units per acre, we are within the allowed density, but more importantly, the project delivers needed housing options, buffers neighborhoods, and supports walkability, jobs, and public green space. We thank you for your consideration and partnership, and we respectfully request your approval now and invite the community voices to speak in support before I answer any questions that you might have as a follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Hilliard.
So those speakers in support, would you please come at this time? Karen Jenkins, Mr. Gowdy, Marcus Carter, Michael Dunn, Mr. Trory, David Farley, Doug Crawford, Gary Bickler, and Jay Clark. Amongst all of you, you have 6 minutes and 17 seconds remaining.
Mr. Clerk, because it's so many speakers, would the council like to extend the time? I'm just asking. Okay, if not, we'll proceed. Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening, council. Good evening, everyone. My name is Karen Jenkins, and happy to be here to speak and asking for your approval for this project. I have lived in this community for over 11 years and seen a lot of development, new communities that have been built in the community. I've served 70 years in the Falls of Cascade HOA president. I'm very familiar with the community. I'm very familiar as well with a lot of projects and a lot of people, and of course, been working with some of the councils here. Just to quickly say, I'm the owner of the Caribbean restaurant that is in the BP Plaza. So I'd like to support just for 3 reasons, because there's a lot of speakers, so let me just be quick. I'm supporting because I've heard of density that's needed in the community. And for density, we're needing to have more of these type of developments in our community in order to support the commercial that we're looking for. Because all I've heard, we need all these restaurants, we need all these other, grocery stores, we need all these other things. And if you look at, some of the surveys that have been conducted over the years, you will see that in order for some of the commercial that the community is looking for, we need people to support them. Because if the people is not there, then of course they will not come because of course we're looking for that type of support. Attracting and retaining young people. I have talked to several young people, and in the space that I'm at, I have other people actually come in and speak to them because I know them. And people are moving, or young people are moving out of our community because in today's world, a lot of us do not want homes. They don't want a single family home. They want apartments. They want to roll out of their bed and roll down in the coffee shop. This is what's, if you go down to Buckhead, you go down to a lot of these other communities that are being developed, that's exactly what's happening, and that's exactly what's attracting these people to be a part of it. And lastly, if we have commercial in our area, then we're definitely gonna need people. So I'm supporting and asking you guys to please approve these projects that are coming into our community, because I'm sure there are gonna be others that are coming in. As long as the developers, stick to exactly what the community is needed in terms of making sure we have attractive looking homes, security, etc. So again, I'm asking you for your approval. Thank you very much.
Evening. My name is Jeff Gowdy Sr. I'm here with my wife. I also live in the subdivision of Falls of Cascade, right in the back of her shop. Basically, I'm going to speak on those apartments that are coming, and I'm under the impression that they're going to bring goods and services there. We need those. Our tax base needs that. We need to take some of this pressure off the residents. I come from an area where it was dilapidated, and I'm not trying to start over again. I want to move forward. I'm pretty sure a lot of people also here too. Let's do these things, because we see also when we go around, my wife and I, we're nosy, we like to go these other places, and we see these mixed-use facilities. Work, live, and play. People up top, they don't have to go nowhere. They come down and eat and take care of their services in their facility, in their area. So I'm all for this. Please move this forward. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sonia Jones. I'm a native of Georgia, and I've been a residential and commercial real estate agent for over 35 years. I started very young, right out of high school, and financed 100% of my college education. I've been seeing a lot. I have a management company, Royal Property Management, as well as the fact that I'm a relocation expert. So working on Wall Street for JP Morgan and meeting so many people in New York and in California, I've been relocating people here for quite some time now. It's very true what they said about what people want now. We all know that this is a time for the baby boomers. And we know that when they're the largest group, and right now they don't want to cut their grass anymore. They don't want to have trouble parking. They want to be able to just get out the car and walk in and push a button and go up to their spaces, or to their rooms, or their homes. But so I also spend a lot of time canvassing. So I go out and I talk to the community. I talk to the people at their homes, and I interact with them. They know me by name. I'm the niece of Marvin Arrington. We have been working in the community since I could even walk. And so it's really heavy on my heart when I see people struggling and not having the things that they want. I want us to really hold the builders to the buffer lines. I want to really respect what some of the other people are trying to do. They want to keep the green space, and they want to see the deers continue to walk across their yards. That's great. But also, we cannot sit back and allow cobwebs to come in when we need to have what you call, well, there's a difference. You either have cobwebs or communities. And so if you have cobwebs, you have houses that are being, the value will go down. So when you have people coming in, that creates demand, and demand pushes the prices up with the value. Everything centers around itself. When people are coming in, it's not just the realtor like myself getting paid, it's the inspector, it's the, attorneys, it's the, appraisers, the title company. For one building, 15 people get paid or more. So that's it. Thank you.
All right, I believe Mayor Pro Tem checked in with council. We're at time. Do we want to allow extra time for these last three speakers?
Mayor, I move that we suspend the rules to allow residents who took time out of their busy lives to come and speak to us to speak.
All right, I'm all for it. Hold on one second. Madam Attorney.
I just want to make sure that the clerk is accounting for the time for both sides, just to make sure that both sides have an equal amount.
2 minutes, please. I would like to, Mayor, if I could withdraw and amend my motion, would you allow me to do that? I would like to move that we allow residents to speak up to 2 minutes apiece, the remaining residents.
All right, y'all have.
What time are y'all to?
How many is it? 1, 2, 3. It's 3 people.
Especially Mr. Marcus.
We got 6 minutes. So, govern yourselves accordingly. Your time starts now.
All right, Mr. Marcus.
Thank you. My name is Marcus Carter. I'm at 345 Lawrence Place. I'm also a representative of the Cliftondale Community Club. I appreciate the time limits given to me for 2 minutes. People know we like to talk. But concisely, I want to mention that on behalf of our association, which is representative of different groups of people, both representing those who are for and those who have major concerns, we do support the quality of this product that they have. We do have some major concerns in regards to that impacts the community at large. One has to do with the variance. That's why within our Cliftondale overlay, we had worked with trying to have the variance, the height being 35 feet pertaining to buildings, structures within the area. We, at this time, still continue to believe that the guidelines within the overlay need no changes at all pertaining to this project or anything else at this time. Another major pressing thing has to do with the intentional and immediate major transportation needs that need to, or relief that need to occur in this area. This intersection and the scope of this intersection within 1/4 of a mile, 3/4 of a mile is busy and dangerous as well. Yes, both of these are on state highways, but part of the concerns with a lot of the community residents is that we already have approximately 40 to 50 cars backed up in the evening and afternoons at that major intersection where we've had accidents, deaths involved at that time. Also, a major concern has to do with this project, even though it said it would not be a significant increase of traffic, but there would be, because there's more people, more vehicles. That's why they're accommodating parking for that as well. And then also related to this issue is that in the process of talking about transportation with GDOT, we have mentioned that we would like to see that active involvement. We'd like to be participating in that. Thank you.
Hello, how y'all doing? Mike Dunn, 2201 Capella Circle. I am the HOA president of the Untitled Homeowners Association. I have been working with the developers on this project to get it to where it is right now, something that the community needs. We feel that it is a great asset, not just to the community, but to the city of South Fulton as a whole, as it brings more housing diversity and it makes our community way more walkable, which is something that we desperately need. I will keep it brief. Thank y'all.
Hello, my name is David Fairley. I'm a traffic engineer. I've been helping the developers with the traffic study for this proposal. And I just wanted to clarify, because I've heard several concerns from the public, and not just this meeting, but previous meetings, about the traffic impacts of this development. And just to make sure that, I guess preemptively, say that residential development of this nature is a lot less intense than any other commercial or industrial development that could go in this area. There were concerns about truck traffic, for example. With the residential development, that would definitely be a lot less of a traffic generator. So in all, this development would be one of the less impactful for traffic that could be built. And I just wanted to clarify that, because I know a lot of people have concerns about that. There are some recommendations that we made in our report that I think you guys have received for traffic mitigation, for the mitigation of the impacts of traffic. But it's really not a significant impact over what already exists there today, considering the number of units and, again, in comparison with what a commercial development would do to the area. With that, that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have speakers against?
I have two speaker cards in opposition, Danny Withers and Penny Webster Lewis.
All right, you all, to make sure that we have a balance of time, you do have 14 minutes and 6 seconds. You do not have to use all of that time if you don't need it. But please start by stating your name and address.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I'm Penny Webster Lewis, 6312 Jasper Way, South Fulton, Georgia. And the concern is that, at least on the agenda, the report said both staff and the Planning Commission recommended denial. The Cliftondale overlay variance is a major concern. I'm a baby boomer, so I don't necessarily need an elevator to get to my next floor in my single-family home, and I don't think that should be a delineator. What's important is that we follow whatever our plan our comprehensive plan says. We also follow what the Cliftondale overlay says, and the residents that I've talked to that are living near Campbellton Road, Stonewall Tell, who have to travel, even though there's a traffic light there is traffic backed up in the evening from that light all the way to Fulton Industrial. More people, more traffic. I know that's not the only reason we don't build things, but there has to be a better solution than, oh, we're just going to put another traffic light there and that's going to solve the problem. For those of us who live near that corridor, it is a huge concern. So that's I don't need 14 minutes to say any more, but when the Planning Commission says don't do it and the staff say don't do it, I don't know why we would do it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Danny. I also live at Falls of Cascade, right behind where this proposed development is going to be. It feels like the applicant keeps coming back and trying to wear us down, which is why I feel like there aren't more people here. But from the people I've talked to, my neighbors, community, it's not a my backyard thing. It really isn't. We're not opposed to apartments. We're not opposed to more density, but it doesn't make sense to bring in more density to attract businesses, commercial businesses, but still carve away the commercial land that we actually have. And what they say, it looks nice on paper until you actually start looking a little deeper. The land is 42.89 acres. They proposed 27 for apartments, and, well, this is also considering D2, but total another 12 acres. That leaves 3.75 acres for commercial. I understand why they're trying so hard, because it is really good prime commercial land, especially where it's situated. It's going to be right across from Westwood on the Chattahoochee, the 200 acres that the city bought. But it's not in the best interest of the community. They talk about live work, but I don't see where actual live work is. I see apartments, and I see, oh, this is D, but proposed townhomes, but there's no office, there's no actual other storefronts that actually would support an actual live work. I just see more density and an opportunity to charge exorbitant amounts of rent because the land situation is so good. So that's why I'm opposed to it. A bunch of my neighbors are opposed to it. And again, we do need apartments in City of South Fulton. It's just that I don't understand why this one is targeted so hard by them. Why not target another residential area that's about 27 acres and build the apartments and leave this commercial land commercial, which is what the city actually designed it to be? Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up to council questions and comments, beginning, as is always our practice, with the district representative. This is Councilwoman Gomes.
Good evening, everyone. And I first want to say thank you all for actually coming out and voicing your concerns. I know that this project has been ongoing, a lot of interaction, a lot of meetings, a lot of feedback. I think it's been about maybe 2.5 years, even if not longer. And I really felt like we have gotten to a good place in reference to this. Now, there are a few questions that I have in reference to what is being listed on the agenda. So there's a mention of 314 multifamily units, and then you see in a report that there's also 322 multifamily units. Which one is which? And we understand this to be a mixed-use site versus just apartments. And also, we worked to a place to where we were able to have, because I've heard a lot of the residents complaining that there was not a for sale housing option, which it looks at another part of it, it does have a for sale of townhomes on the next project as well. So one, your recommendation, there was kind of questions about that as well, because what is placed on the agenda versus what you said when you stood up. And then also the reason for the planning commission's denial, did they state that?
I'll take the first question first. I believe the unit count is 322. As far as the recommendation, it may have been an error on CDRA's part in inputting the information into Civic Clerk, but this item was before you all at the July 8th planning, Mayor and City Council meeting, and we did have the staff recommendation as approval for the rezoning, denial for the concurrent variance, and approval for the CDP amendment. I will defer to the applicant for the rest of the questions.
I didn't know which question you wanted. Which question did you want me to answer, Madam Councilman?
It's also written that it's just apartments only. And we know that the residents have worked extremely hard for mixed-use development and commercial. So can you please make sure that we discuss that, or if you have your plans, show them, because I think that's also was missing in the very beginning as well.
Yeah, so this particular project is 322 multifamily units. 8 of them are townhomes that are going to be above the retail component on Campbellton Road. That was what we amended to add those units. There is a for sale component that is the next application that the applicant, and we delayed the application several months so that we could incorporate that as a separate application that is a part of this overall project. As you all know, this corner has been mixed use for 46 of the 51 years, 46 of the last 51 years, and the Sizemore Group is recommending that this be mixed use again at a much higher density than what we're proposing. And so if we don't rezone it to this category, you know, what's allowed now, that's why I said it at the beginning, this is a substantial downzoning for what's allowed as a commercial component, you know, as it's zoned currently. And so we think we've been sensitive to what the community wants, to incorporate the things that we want. And I also wanted to say, if you give me the opportunity, is that this variance request is critically important. It actually is critically important for this project. Denying the variance is effectively harming the overall project. This is not an opportunity to get more density by going taller. It's really just to accommodate what we were hearing from the community in the existing single family, because you've got dissimilar uses in a mixed-use project that have to exist together. And so we created a substantial buffer from the existing single-family homes as one of the conditions what was raised 2 years ago when the community first heard about this project. And they kept adding other things that we all agreed were important components. The for sale component that provides the diversity of housing that we heard for the last 2 years is the second application. And again, Klein didn't begin with that as a part of the proposal. You know, I just hope you all think about the fact that it's been 3 years we've been in this process, and they haven't been in this process for 3 years not listening. This represents what the community said that they wanted. And this application that's coming next has only been filed because the community asked for it.
And were there any community benefits agreements or anything discussed with any, I'm just curious.
We didn't have, there was not a request for a community benefits agreement, but I think what we tried to do is accomplish all the things that the community asked for in our proposal. And as you know, we had so many meetings, and I think our last meeting, the last meeting we had, we put out a notice to 1,000 residents, and we felt like we'd kind of surveyed everybody and incorporated all the comments that we were given. I don't know if you have something to add to that?
Just very, very briefly, Councilman, you asked about the mixed use. I'm sorry. My name is Gary Buechler with Southeast Capital, part of the developer here. This is a mixed-use project. This board shows the existing land subject to the pending application here as the apartments. The next application are the townhomes that are adjoining it. The retail component in front is not currently before the council. That's the existing zoning. So that would remain, doesn't need a further application. And the land has also previously been under continuous ownership or same ownership with this parcel down at the bottom, which is developed as single-family homes a number of years ago, and about 85 acres of land that was donated by the owner to the county before the city was incorporated, that we are working with the landowner in the city to try to get the county to now convey that to the city to make it a more active program park. But it's very much a mixed-use community in intent. We're bringing before you 2 applications based on the changes in zoning.
Thank you again. And my biggest concern is that when we look at it on paper, it's all over the place. And it's not giving a clear picture of exactly what's happening and all of the work that the residents have done to get us here. So I do appreciate you all coming and actually voicing your opinions. But that was the biggest thing for me, is that a lot of it is all over the place. And you got to kind of decipher exactly what is what. I know some of my colleagues might be a little bit confused, but again, thank you for clarifying exactly where we are with this project, and I thank you so much.
The chair recognizes Dr. Rao.
Thank you. I think Councilwoman Gumbs, because I've been whispering in her ear, I'm not clear what this is based on what's written as well. When I read it, I didn't see anything that spoke to the commercial. I know that was presented, but even though these may be separate applications, it seems like some of the conditions should speak to the other pieces so they tie together, so we have a clue what we're voting on. And that's really my concern, because we have limited commercial in the area, and what we have is already taxed until we get these commercial spaces online. So I need some conditions around that, so it makes sense for me.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for Mrs. Webster Lewis. Penny, you will come up. So I understand you have several concerns, you and the other young lady that came up and spoke. Were you able to attend any of the public participation meetings?
Yes, I was. I'm a member of the Cliftondale Club, and I attended the last Cliftondale Club meeting where we spoke about, and one of the biggest issues that was discussed was the traffic calming activities that would take place. We've had a lot of development in District 2 in that area. We just had, actually in District 1, the townhomes that were just constructed at the intersection of Stonewall Tell and Campbellton Road. Then at the same intersection on the far right side is going to be, I believe, a senior community that was paused, but they're back active again. So there's plenty of housing coming to that corridor or at that corridor. And then we're going to go down Campbellton. We just got the light at Campbellton Road and Stonewall Tell where there were lots of traffic accidents and fatalities. That was done. That was a great thing that the city did. But now we're going to add multifamily units less than a mile from that traffic light, and the traffic is already backed up. And the residents that live at Waterford Commons, Stonewall Tell, Brittany Park, they're directly impacted, and the new townhomes, they're directly impacted by that because that's where they live.
So with all that said, have you had the opportunity to speak to Attorney Hilliard at any time?
I have not. I did not speak to him.
Do you think that it might be productive to have a conversation with him?
Absolutely.
And, I want to bring up Attorney Hilliard at the same time. Attorney Hilliard, do you think that you probably can have a conversation with Ms. Webster Lewis and the other young lady and anyone else that may have some objections and try to come up to some type of agreeable solution? Or is there a solution that you think that you might offer them?
I mean, absolutely, and I think there's some information I think that would be beneficial for them to have as they evaluate this as well. There's a lot of conversation about the impact of multifamily housing when you think about that in the context of what's allowed under the existing zoning and what the comp plan recommendations are for that intersection, which is at the intersection of two state highways. I think you have to analyze what is coming based on what's allowed currently. But we can talk about these other issues and go through them together, and particularly since there's some confusion about what staff recommended based on what's said in the report, when in fact they revised their recommendation to support, a couple months ago, and that's not your
Right.
fault. So we do need
What we
to talk.
know, what we know is that it says deny, deny. And I'm like, well,
Absolutely.
why would we do?
Right.
Right.
So
So-
yes.
I would encourage that, and I think that probably can help a lot. But
Thank you.
Can I just get 30 seconds? 30 seconds.
Well,
I've
I'm
been.
sorry, we can't, I don't think that we can workshop this here at this
Okay, I understand.
meeting.
I just heard my name
But,
called.
we do want to encourage people to keep talking amongst themselves, but we got to get through some council
with that, I yield.
things and
Thank
some
you.
more. All right, if you could go right back in the queue. Councilwoman Willis?
So both Councilmember Gomes, Sebastian, and I represent Cliftondale, and we have consistently attended the meetings for the 8 years I've been serving as a city council person, and prior to getting elected, I was active in Cliftondale. I remember when this project came before the community approximately 3 years ago, and there was a lot of opposition to the project. Then this developer continued to work with the community, and I heard a state legislator name called, but I can't give him credit. I have to give all credit to my colleague sitting to the right of me, Councilmember Gomes. She has worked hard on this project to bring consensus into the middle for the developer and the community. And when the project was brought back to the Cliftondale Community Club on several occasions, but vividly I remember the last meeting, there still was not a lot of opposition. And I was proud that the project had come full circle to get community support, because this is how, when you have major development, this is how it's supposed to work. It's supposed to work where you're getting input from the community, you're working with the community, and it gets to the point where everybody is in support of it. And me personally, I'm tired of going to Alpharetta, City of Atlanta, Peachtree City, to enjoy the mixed-use development they have in those areas. So I'm proud of you residents who showed up and put in the work to get us here. We are here as legislators because we're supposed to vote it up or down, no matter what this is on this paper. What typically happens is that if something says deny, people come in and they complain and they protest against it. But this is the opposite, and that's because you all did the work in the community. The developer, the city council person, and the community. And so it speaks volumes to me that we have about 15 community members saying they want this project. I have not received not one email from anyone to say they didn't want this project. I have not received any overwhelming person show up here, a number of people show up here and say overwhelmingly they did not want this project. So I am glad that we finally are getting community members showing up saying this is something they want in their community. And so for me, I am supporting the community. I am supporting residents in the community because this is what they say they want in their community. I have not, again, received one email in opposition. I have not seen an overwhelming amount of people to say they didn't want this in opposition. And this has been in the works for approximately 3 years. So kudos to you, Councilmember Gomes. Because major development like this is not easy. It's not easy to bring to our city. And I am looking forward to this moving forward, being constructed in our city, and I am looking forward to having an opportunity to enjoy mixed-use development, because you all do know that malls are obsolete now. And this is the way people are going. They're living, they're working, they're shopping, and they're worshiping in mixed-use development, quality mixed-use development. So whenever you bring this forward for a vote, I'm telling you right now, you have my support.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question. Has anyone been engaging with GDOT throughout this process? Staff? Anyone?
Thank you, Councilman, for that question. My name is Doug Crawford. I am, together with investment partners, the owner of this property. And specifically, to answer your question, our group has been in constant touch with a community-organized group that actually Roger Bruce helped us put together quite some time ago. And we've been specifically talking about ongoing dialogue with the community about several things that are of mutual interest. Sometimes you think that there's a conflict between commercial interests and residential interests, and sometimes there is. But in this case, we're on the same page. As was reported earlier, my group donated the 83 acres to Fulton County some time ago. It has sat there and done nothing, frankly, and it will do nothing so long as it continues to be owned by Fulton County. But this very same group that I mentioned has been working on the issue of persuading Fulton County to do the right thing and transferring ownership of that park to the city of South Fulton, which would be a terrific amenity for the community and obviously a terrific amenity for this development. As far as the specific question of Georgia Dot, we have been working with Georgia Dot. Rodney Littles, who is a member of our organizing committee, Mike Dunn, who spoke here today, Roger Bruce, and others have separately and together made overtures to Georgia Dot, specifically more recently with Doug Stoner, who is the new commissioner, not commissioner, the new representative of GDOT for this area. And we're convinced that, based on previous success, that when we bring a mixed group of stakeholders, which would include the political leadership, the staff leadership, the homeowners associations, the commercial interests, and so forth, and Cliftondale has been working with us, the leadership of Cliftondale has been working with this, that once we get a little bit more organized, and we're getting pretty close, we intend to march on Commissioner McMurray's office and demand that they reopen the discussions which they presented 20 years ago to widen Campbellton Road. There was pushback from the Sandtown community at that time, which was sufficient to persuade GDOT to do what normal people do, and that is, if you don't want our money and our idea, then we're going to send it to Alpharetta or Valdosta or someplace else, and that's what they did. I'm not so sure that Sandtown is still eager to expand their bailiwick, their section of Campbellton Road, but we do know now that the Cliftondale and the District 2 neighborhood does want that. So in addition to that, I have retained the services of Todd Long. Maybe many of you know Todd, obviously a fantastic person, number one. Number two, former vice commissioner of GDOT, very friendly with the current commissioner. They party together once a month or so. So anyway, in addition to that, we also, this same working group is working on identifying certain targets for the retail component of the development, which is already entitled but not tenanted. And the idea there is that when the density gets approved and gets under construction, that's when we will reach out to the prospects that the working group recommends in a hierarchical way. We'll go for the ones they want the most first and see, and at that point, I'm pretty sure we will have substantial interest for that. So the question's been raised a couple of times, what have we done or what are we going to do? This doesn't end the process for us. This is really the beginning of the process. Doesn't sound like it because we started developing this vision for mixed use 25 years ago. The property at that time was zoned for 600 apartments and 500,000 square feet of retail, which would have been an abomination if it happened. We have consistently downzoned the property or made donations to the property to make it much more suitable for the quality of life in the city of South Fulton, and specifically at this location.
Thank you. So, yes, thank you for mentioning Doug. I think Doug's a good ally to have, and I would encourage those that are involved, those who are working on this project, as well as the community in Cliftondale, to keep pushing for the improvements on the state road. And they're state roads, they're not city roads. That means you know who's responsible? State representatives. Those are our allies, and they have a lot of energy, especially right now. So we need to put them to work for the benefit of our city. On the project itself, it makes sense what I'm seeing proposed here. Our study from ARC clearly told us that we have a problem in the city of South Fulton. We need to diversify our housing stock. We knew that. Some of us knew that. Some of us have been talking about it, but now we have the experts who have confirmed this, right? The consultants who are working with us on the comprehensive plan and the future land use map, they said to us, we have to start to do some infilling. In other words, places where we've already started to build and put development, don't go way down the street and start to clear new land and put other development out in the boondocks, as they would say. Do some infilling for the places that you already started to develop, and clearly this is one of those. So again, I applaud those who have worked together. Hats off to the folks at Cliftondale. I was a little concerned about the issue of the variance, but that appears to be one of those things where we don't want to touch this because it's on paper, but in practicality, does it really make that much of a difference? That's a question I have. Why the hesitancy in making this exception for the variance? Because, we don't have a lot of tall buildings here, and somehow people think we can't have tall buildings here, right? And so while you don't want to overdo it, going from 3 to 4, to me, does not seem to be that big of a deal. I see 4 stories in little city of Fairburn on the street and Union City. So I'm not sure why this is a big thing, except it's in violation of the current Cliftondale overlay. That's what it feels like to me. So, and again, sometimes you have to make exceptions. And I think, as was said, if this project is going to work the way that the developers need it to work, make an exception this time doesn't feel like it's a bad thing to me. And that's all I have to say.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for your wonderful comments. My question is there a way, we're not voting on this tonight, can we please clean this up to where it is actually, I guess, what's in the report is actually mixing in what's on this paperwork? Because again, it's, like I said, it's all over the place. So when we have this in front of us, the next council meeting to vote on, that is cleaned up and everybody has a clear picture of what's happening, especially
Absolutely.
with their approvals and
Yes.
denials and things of that
Yes.
nature. Okay, so that is my only question for you. I do remember this particular apartment unit complex will be fenced and gated, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. And that concludes my comments, and thank you all for the work you've all done. And to Mr. Crawford, thank you for working with the community. I would love to see these residents that actually have come to talk about, supporting this project, that they have an opportunity to voice their opinions of what comes into that retail. Okay? All right, thank you.
Just one follow-up question. I missed some of the beginning of the presentation. Did we say how many square feet of commercial development?
So the commercial component is not a part of the rezoning. That's on a separate parcel. It is not included in either application. So I defer to the applicant on the commercial aspect, as it was not a part of the rezoning request.
Would it be appropriate to do that now, or is that part coming separately at another meeting? Whoever can answer, I don't know.
This is another one I think we got to explain more clearly. There is a 20,000 square feet of retail along Campbellton Road. The majority of it is not a part of this application, but it's adjacent, and the plan is to develop this whole property together. So there's a small portion of commercial that's been added as a part of this application, though.
All right. And then, and for that, because I did hear about a buffer, is all of that separated by a buffer? Or just, what was the buffer separation?
The buffer from the single family.
Okay.
And the more intense commercial, multifamily. There's cottage units adjacent to the single family that are at the same height as the existing single family. And as you move away to the commercial where the BP gas station is, that's where we're doing the 2 buildings that we're asking for the variance to 4 stories. So it's further away. It allows us to go up without going out to encroach on that buffer. So that's why it's designed that way.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, The chair recognizes Councilman Willis.
I just want for clarification, what I think I heard is you don't have to zone something that's already zoned. So it's already zoned commercial. So why would it be a part of this application? They added another piece of commercial to this application. that has to be rezoned. But the area was already zoned commercial, so that's why it's not a part of the application. Did I understand that correct? Did I comprehend that correctly?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted. We don't have to zone something that's already zoned. Commercial is already zoned commercial. We're rezoning to add these additional things. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to letter D, case Z 25-017. It's a public hearing. Application by SEC Land LLC, care of M. Hakeem Hilliard, Chivas Grubman LLC, requesting a rezoning from C1 to TR to develop 58-plus for-sale townhomes on 12.1-plus acres at 0 Camilton Road. This property is located in City Council District 2. Staff recommendation denial. Planning Commission recommendation denial.
Yeah, Z20, oh,
I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
all right. Yeah, Z25-017 along with CDP 25-008. The address is 0 Camilton Road. This is an accompanied rezoning request to the previous agenda item. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from C1 to TR, which is our Townhome Residential District, and is requesting a comprehensive development plan amendment from Suburban 1 to Suburban 2 at 0 Campbellton Road for the development of 52 for-sale townhomes. Staff is recommending denial based on the submitted site plan and approval of the CDP amendment -008. However, the applicant did just give us a proposed condition that states that the site plan shall meet all regulations for the TR zoning district. Our recommendation does still stand as a denial, but we do have this condition and we are in support of it.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, do we have any, well, the applicant is here, do we have any speakers for or against?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. We did, several of the speakers who spoke on the previous case signed up for this case as well, so.
All right, thank you. All right, I think you know the drill. Just state your name and address. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hakeem Hilliard, Shillervis Grubman Law Firm, 1834 Independence Square, Atlanta, Georgia, 30338. This application, the staff did recommend approval of the proposed CDP amendment and denial of the zoning, but it's our understanding that the recommendation for denial of the zoning was purely a technical conclusion that the site plan that was submitted with the application didn't show that it met the standards of the TR zoning that we were seeking. We had some conversations about that before the report was completed, but because we were putting it in late, not late, but we filed by the February deadline. We delayed the existing application so this one could catch up because we made it clear to the community that we wanted to add this for sale component, and we thought it was important that this application travel concurrently with our existing application so they know that the multifamily and the for sale development would be a part of the same process. But we do. So we hope that this condition satisfies staff's concern, and because it's the only issue that formed the basis of their recommendation of denial. So effectively, I think if they look at it now, I'm not going to put them on the spot, but I'll stop there. The other thing is, and I thank you for the opportunity, Councilmember Willis. I didn't want to make the comment because it probably would have sounded self-serving because we're asking for your support while we're thanking you for your efforts. But I do agree that Councilmember Gumb's efforts has been extraordinary, not in directing the outcome of the recommendations from the community, but in facilitating the conversation. And I know most of you that I've worked with have that same skill. It's like you can bring the community together because in many respects we were talking to the community, but we weren't having a conversation. And I think she changed the narrative so we were able to have a conversation and be able to build some consensus among the community that really turned the tide in how we move forward and really resulted in this application, because this is one of the things that the community said in the conversations that began as a result of council members' leadership, is that they said they wanted to see other housing diversity, and so we added this application for that reason. This second application is coordinated with the first one. It's a 12.16 acre tract of land on Campbellton Road. It seeks the rezoning from C1 to townhome. specifically so we can accommodate the for sale component to add to this project. It's much like the multifamily proposal you just heard. It's a downsizing. It converts prior traffic-intense commercial entitlements to a more compatible, less impactful residential use. The townhomes are a direct result of community input in seeking the missing middle housing options for younger families, professionals, and first-time buyers who want ownership and walkable access to parks and commercial nodes. Together with the multifamily community, these townhomes for sale create a natural phase transition between Campbellton's commercial activity, existing single-family neighborhoods, and future parkland. We are committed to working with the city staff to address plan refinement as noted in their review. The request remains well within the comprehensive plan's limit, just 4.27 units per acre versus the maximum allowed under this designation at 8 units per acre, and aligns with the city's broader strategy for creating more diverse, attainable, and balanced housing ecosystem. So we believe, based on the years of feedback, economic realities, and city policies, that this is the right proposal for this parcel. A project that increases attainable housing without increasing adverse impacts on the broader community. Thanks for your time. We look forward to working with you, and we'll include that as a part of the conversation that you've encouraged between now and when you all make this decision. And thank you for the opportunity. We're here for any questions you have. I don't know if the community wants to speak to this again, but we're here to answer any questions you might have about this proposal.
Yes, we have 6 minutes left. Several of you did submit comment cards in support. If you would like to speak again at this time, you can come to the podium.
I'm from the subdivision that's closest to all the projects, Legacy at Cascade, and, I'm very active with the HOA there and everything, and, most of the, owners in that community, which are closest to it, are really in support of everything. We're hoping that there'll be sidewalks and different things put in that allow us to exercise and do the things that we want to do. I think it's going to be an improvement for our health, an improvement for us to all come together and have things that we can do in the community. I think is really spot on that Ms. Willis talked about that. I have to drive a long way just to have fun with my friends. I want to be able to do that right here in the area without spending massive amounts of gas. But thank you.
Is there anyone else?
All right, any speakers in opposition, Mr. Clerk?
I don't know if Ms. Webster Lewis or Ms. Withers would like to offer opposition at this time.
Hi, good evening again. I do agree with the walkability of the neighborhood. It would be wonderful to have sidewalks to connect every single subdivision for 5 miles each way to this commercial property. People moms and dads could walk their kids to the local park. We actually need third spaces, is what I'm trying to say. The reason why I think this application, I'm kind of grouping both, are so all over the place is because when we went to the meetings and talked to them about maybe concessions, people did bring up viability. So their answer to, okay, we'll increase viability, but we're going to carve another 12 acres out of this commercial land. So it sounds good on paper when they're talking, but when you actually crunch the numbers, what commercial land is left over? 3.75 acres. And I went on Q Public and drew it out. That's the size of Sandtown Publix. So are we conceding to increase density to attract commercial when there's literally not going to be any commercial land left over? I've been scouring the maps. I don't know where other commercial properties are, but I haven't found any in this immediate area. This chunk, I think, is ideal. It's perfect. It's perfect to have actual commercial land. Where it's situated is ideal. And I think, honestly, the reason I feel so strongly about it is because there's so much potential, and it's a really jewel part of the city. And to say, okay, we'll say mixed use, but without a community agreement, what's stopping them to just doing the apartments and not putting any commercial there? Especially on 3.75 acres, I don't understand how they can actually, even if they wanted to, fulfill that promise, when the only space that's left over is gonna be the size of Publix. Thanks. Oh, also, sorry, I forgot this last time because I was nervous. In terms of opposition, they've been deferring and deferring and deferring, and actually last year, mid-2024, we started a petition. I linked the petition to my actual electronic comment card. It's a move-on petition, and 286 people signed up in opposition. And I know a lot of people want to be here, but when you keep deferring and we don't know the outcome or if we show up here, it's going to be deferred again. I actually had to rush and make dinner and rush down the street, to actually make this meeting. So I hope you guys consider the 286 signatures petition that I linked to the digital comment card when you make your decision. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and close this public hearing and open it up to council questions and comments, beginning, as is always our practice, with the district representative, Councilwoman Gomes.
This was also part of the request from a lot of the residents that wanted to have a for sale component to this project. I do understand that we have spent 2 years trying to get to a point where, as mentioned, this area is already zoned for commercial. Being able to have the opportunity for you all to enlist your voices in this process is what really meant the most to me. We heard the noise about no more apartments. No more, we don't want all of these apartments, and why you want to put all of these apartments there. Even though we had a study that came from the Atlanta Regional Commission saying that we need a diversity in housing stock. The trends have changed. People do not want big old estate houses. I love my house. It ain't a big estate house, but at the end of the day, as I've told people, my daughter graduated from college and had to come home and live with me. My house is crowded, so she needs her own space. And right now, it's really nowhere for her to really go. So we need to find a way to be more attractive to younger people to come to the area. This is kind of like, how can I say it, a compromise, because again, many of you said, if we're going to have the apartments, let's see what else can we do as far as home ownership. Because South Fulton, the city of South Fulton has the highest home ownership rate, I believe, in Fulton County or in Georgia, really, right now is at 70%. And we want to continue to promote that. But this was a compromise in reference to that. Now, I did have a question in reference to why not carve out some of that multifamily unit to put that in reference to the townhome space. Do you all want to come up and speak towards that?
Yes, I'll take that.
Hello, good to see y'all. I guess starting off, this is a 50-foot ravine. Like, you can't, and it's a floodplain. So here's the townhomes, here's the ravine, and this is the multi. So physically, it makes no sense. Speaking to have more retail, to get to the ravine, you have to start somewhere. And you start here, you go, so it steps down. So I don't know, excuse me, voice. You can't have retail here. I mean, you can, but you have to build a 30-foot wall, backfill it. It's physically and financially not possible. So with townhomes, you can step them. That makes sense. So you can do 2 units, step the next 2, and so forth. So it logically made sense to have townhomes. So I know I answered a couple questions, but that's the reality of it. And the town, the reason we, again, put the four-story buildings here is because there's nothing around it except our property. The retail, and I'll thank you, and you know I was frustrated when we got together, whenever that was. But because of your input, our entry statement just went from boop to that because we did townhomes above, basically a mixed use. So it has height, which is not a good word, I guess, tonight, but it needed it. So we bumped up the height, added homes above the amenity space, and then on the other side, we kind of matched it, so it feels bigger than just, the short one-story retail. So, I'm sorry, Jay Clark, Southeast Capitol.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. And I lost my train of thought for a second. I'll yield for, can I yield to Councilwoman Rao while I remember my thought? Ma'am?
There's not really any yielding in Robert's rules, but sure. I'm here for it. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Councilwoman, excuse me, can I answer a little bit more the question that was raised by you? Well, at the same time, I want to extend my compliment as well. You've been much complimented tonight, and deservedly so. Deservedly so. We appreciate it very, very much. I would remind the council that I build or I pre-develop all kinds of product, from multifamily, single family. I did 8 deals with John Wieland. I like to put on property what that property should have. In this case, we do need more retail in this area. But it's my understanding that Westwood on the Chattahoochee, which is less than a half a mile from this property, along Cascade Palmetto, is already zoned for well over 100,000 square feet of retail. And we support that project very much so. We support that competitor because when he does well, we do well. When we do well, he's going to be very happy about these apartments, whoever owns that mixed-use development. And he will have the opportunity to put the retail in there. There's already 100,000 square feet that's entitled. We had 500,000 square feet that was entitled. That was far too much. We think we're less than what we would ideally like to have. But through the course of negotiation and collaboration, we come up with a plan that I think most everybody is very happy with. That is 90% of the people, or we have a 90% solution. Nobody ever gets 100%. We have a 90% solution. But we look forward to much more retail in this area, and we think we are going to contribute to both the quality and the number of retailers that want to come into this community. And they will go to Westwood on the Chattahoochee, which was zoned a couple years ago, if I do recall. So there's retail, there's land for retail, and it will come. The more density we have, the more younger families we have, the faster and better we'll have the retail.
Thank you. Councilwoman asked part of my question, which is why I take away the commercial. So what is the total square footage for the entire project? Because I heard I heard some retail below, some housing. Is the total for the whole development 20,000, or is it, I'm just not clear. Can somebody answer?
I think we're saying it's less than 500,000 for the whole, everything that we're doing, the retail, the rental, and the for sale altogether.
So you're saying the 500,000 square feet is for the entire development?
That's right.
And so the original approval didn't have a specific amount earmarked for the commercial?
Commercial, the original approval, 500,000.
And now we're down to 20,000. I'm just trying to be clear.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm looking forward to a clean application. I mean, so we're clear. Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Gomes.
That was my question. I know you came up and you spoke about the technicality piece, so, and where your decision still remains, but if that can be included in the cleanup as well for for our actual vote would be good.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Seeing and hearing no further questions, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, actually, that brings us to the end of the agenda. We previously deferred case E, so,
All right, I'll take a motion to go into executive session. We do have some updates. Yes. Yes, and we do have some updates. The next meeting is supposed to start at 7.
Second.
Oh, we need a motion first. I'm sorry.
I move that we adjourn for executive session.
Second.
All right, it's been probably moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
for that motion approved, 6-0, we are recessed at 6:40 p.m.
All right, we'll see you back here in 18 minutes. All right, I'm entertaining a motion to adjourn executive session.
I move to adjourn executive session.
Let's take this vote by show of hands. All right, I'm going to take a vote to reconvene.
I move to reconvene the
5 p.m. special call
5
meeting.
PM special call meeting.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Let's take this vote by show of hands. All right, I'm going to entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, take this vote by show of hands.
We adjourned at 7:36 p.m.
All right, we're ready in the back, sir. I know, I want y'all to start playing.
You're joining us live from City Hall here in the great city of South Fulton. Introducing Mayor and Council. Mayor Khalid. Councilwoman Dr. Catherine Rao, District 1. Councilwoman Carmelita Gums, District 2. Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis, District 3. Councilman J.C. Sebastian, District 4. Councilwoman Keosha B. Bell, District 5. Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. Mayor Pro Tem Linda Becker Pritchett, District 7. Interim City Attorney Sarah Kelly. City Clerk Corey Adams. City Manager Sharon D. Subadan. Thank you for joining the City of South Fulton Council meeting, a city on the rise.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We apologize for our dilatory start. We had a very intense executive session. Thank you for joining us. We are back live here at City Hall, 5440 Fulton Industrial Boulevard. Before I begin, I do want to give a special shout out, a greetings and salutations to Councilwoman Williams Brown. It is 12:36 right now in Lagos, Nigeria. She is there with a delegation continuing the work of promoting our city internationally. With that, Mr. Clerk, please sound the roll.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and the general public. This is roll call for the August 26th regular meeting. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2. The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Here.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5. As mentioned, the Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6 is absent. The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please note that we are joined by Councilwoman Bell, and sound the first item.
It brings us to the invocation, which will be performed by Chaplain McKee.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, citizens. Let us please stand. Let us look unto the Lord. Heavenly Father, we thank you for your protection over our city, our first responders, and citizens of this great city. We come before you seeking your wisdom and your peace. Many things feel uncertain, and at times it seems like everything is going wrong. Yet we know you are a God of order, not confusion, and that your spirit can bring calm where there is turmoil. Lord, guide every council member, leader, and citizen here tonight. Give us patience to listen, courage to speak, truth and humility to work together for the good of our great city. Let anger be replaced with understanding and division with unity. Remind us that we serve not just ourselves, but the people of this community, and that your will is greater than our own. Bless this meeting with clarity, fairness, and respect, so that even in challenges, your light shines through us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, that brings us to Roman numeral 4, adoption of the council agenda. We do have a couple of amendments. First, on the proclamation presentation, letter A, for Josiah Reese Day. That is being removed from the agenda and will be presented at September 9th council meeting. We're also, Councilmember Rao wishes to remove from the agenda under consent agendas, letter A, the final plat for emblem at Sandtown Combination. We also are adding a proclamation for first read, which is adoption of the FY26 budget ordinance for first read. And then Councilmember Gums mentioned at the 5 p.m. meeting, case U25-004, which is a special use permit to operate a nail salon at 6890 Camilton Road. Councilmember Gums, that is not listed on the agenda, but based on the conversation, you wanted to add that for consideration? Okay. With those 4 amendments, Mr. Mayor, those are all I have, and I understand Councilmember Gums may have another one.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
Yes, I would like to remove item B under, alcohol license and zoning and modification of cases. Then it's the second reading for related to bathrooms, bill advertisements and notices to poles and trees. I do wanna, have donations that, were given to state on the record for the mental health event that just occurred.
They'll go under Roman numeral 8.
So under one, PepsiCo, donated, it was an in-kind donation of 1,300 assorted bottles of Gatorade. Also, Public Supermarkets donated a $200 gift card. PepsiCo, made an in-kind donation of 1,300 assorted bottles of Gatorade. Public Supermarket also had a $200 gift card, as well as Omega 14 did in-kind support and donations for sound, lighting, and engineering equipment for the event, as well as KP Law Firm. I think I did that maybe last week for $1,500. So those are my amendments to the agenda, please.
And I'm sorry, what event was this for?
This was for the mental health event, the Couture and Compassion.
All right. Any other additions, subtractions? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you. I want to remove the second read for request council approval of rezoning ordinance to amend the related fastening bills. Oh, you did that? Oh, okay, she removed it. I want that. And so I want to ask for that to be brought back to the work session next council meeting. I don't want it to come back to the I don't want it to come back to the regular council meeting. I want it to go back on a work session for discussion.
All right. I will have to check on the September 9th council meeting, but I think we can definitely get it by September 17th. Any other? All right. Is everybody in the queue for 7 PM? I'm going to take this vote by a show of hands, but just make sure you're in the queue for the next votes. Yes. Do we have a motion for the amended agenda? I'll entertain a motion first.
I move that we accept the agenda as amended. Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands. All right, let's sound the next item.
That brings us to Roman numeral 5, which is proclamation presentations. We have 2 this evening. The first is a proclamation presentation honoring Legacy Flag Football Program, sponsored by Councilmember Sebastian and the full council.
Here comes the champs. Y'all give them a round of applause as they come. These are your...
Tall people in the back. Some of y'all are taller than us. That's okay, this is about y'all.
Come on, coach, come somewhere in the middle here where we can see you guys. It's all right, it's all right, good. All right, y'all, so this is the program that's run out of Wilkinson Mill Park by this legacy group here, and they have won multiple championships, and we just wanted to give them one proclamation because it will take us all night to give them several, okay? So hopefully, Coach, we capture everything here in this one. And it reads as thus: whereas the Legacy Flag Football Program is the only officially established NFL flag program based in and playing with the city of South Fulton, serving as a beacon of excellence, opportunity, and athletic achievement for youth in the community. And whereas in 2025, Legacy advanced its proud tradition by capturing multiple league championships, earning a coveted spot in the NFL Flag National Championships, and achieving historic milestones in advancing female athletics to collegiate athletics. In 2025, Legacy Raiders Shock Squad, come on, Shock Squad, come on, Shock Squad, competing in the 8U Co-Ed Division, claimed the Atlanta Falcons NFL Flag Regional Championship and proudly representing South Fulton at the NFL Flag National Championships in Canton, Ohio. The first time in the city's history that a homegrown program reached this national stage. Whereas Legacy Co-Ed teams dominated regional competition with the 12U Co-Ed, 8U Co-Ed, and 6U Co-Ed squads, all securing spring league championships, cementing Legacy's reputation as the premier youth flag football program in the area. Can I get another round of applause here? All right. So whereas the Lady Raiders Elite, South Fulton's first and only all-girls travel flag football team, made groundbreaking achievements in 2025, capturing the 12U Spring League Championship title and earning national recognition with 2 runner-up finishes in USA flag-sanctioned tournaments in Tampa, Florida, and North Carolina. Whereas the Legacy program continues to set a new standard by developing college-bound athletes, including 3 Lady Raiders seniors who have committed to collegiate flag football programs at Alabama State University, Sneed State Community College, and LaGrange College, while others in the class of 2026 have already earned offers for national scouting attention. Come on now. Whereas legacy champions more than just athletic skill, promoting academic achievement, personal development, gender equity, and community leadership while serving as proud representative of the city of South Fulton on local, state, and national levels. And now, therefore, I, Councilman J.C. Sebastian, along with Mayor and City Council, do hereby recognize and commend the Legacy Flag Football Program, the 2025 Legacy Raiders, and the Lady Raiders Elite for their outstanding achievements, dedication to youth development, and role in elevating South Fulton's presence in the national sports arena. Your hard work, dedication, academic, and athletic achievements have brought pride to our community and the entire city, and thus do hereby proclaim Saturday, September 6th in the future as Legacy Raiders Championship Appreciation Day in the city of South Fulton. So on September 6th, join us for the opening day at Wilkinson Mall. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. Coach, need to say something? Come on.
Well, thank you very much. We want to say thank you so much for the city of South Fulton representing us and basically giving us the opportunity to develop these young people. We are trying to give a light and trying to give opportunity to these kids that didn't have a lot of the opportunities that they have now. We didn't have this in our community, especially for our young ladies, of course, with our young men, with them having the opportunities to compete on the national stage. And a lot of these young ladies are actually, and young men are actually eligible for U.S. Olympic trials, which will be coming up in a couple of years. So that's something that you guys should know. We really appreciate what you guys do. We look forward to everybody coming out. We thank you for supporting us. We thank all the kids. Thank all the parents. We thank the community. Thank you all so very, very much. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. Thank you, JC. Thank you so very much, sir. Wilkinson Mill Park. So we're
give me the mic anyway. September 6th, Wilkinson Mill Park, 8095 Wilkinson Mill Road, here in the city of South Fulton. Games start around 10 o'clock and go throughout the afternoon. And we try to make it a great day, of an opening day, let everybody kind of celebrate that we're back on the field. And I think one of the young ladies, one of the team. Okay, our team spokesperson is going to speak to you now.
Hi, I just want to say thank you to My name is Kamari Mitchell. On behalf of our teams, we just want to say thank you so much for acknowledging us, because we feel that we've worked very hard to get to where we are today. And I truly just want to say we are very grateful for you acknowledging us.
The official photographer. Go Raiders. 2, 3. Go Raiders. All right, a little bit more energy. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Go Raiders. Thank you all. Thank you all. All right. Yeah, man. We're gonna catch up.
Everybody get a day off of school tomorrow. Now, all that spit. I'm good.
The next proclamation is a proclamation presentation honoring Stanford MC Lightfoot, sponsored by Councilmember Willis.
Come on, red suit. You got to yeek all the way up here. Is this on? Is it on? Testing?
Yes, sir.
Testing. So y'all, this is my very famous resident and constituent that lives in the city of South Fulton, but not only in the city of South Fulton, District 3. Did y'all know he lives in the city of South Fulton? He travels all throughout the nation to MC concerts, and he had a milestone, and I had anticipated on going to his birthday to present this, but I had death in my family, so I couldn't make it. But what bothered me, he said, we were talking one day, we talk often, we have church members as well, and he said, you know, I've never been honored by my city. I've been honored everywhere, but not by my city. And I said, what? As much as you have contributed to the music industry and you're a known MC across this nation, we're going to honor you for your milestone. So we're here today to honor our very own MC Lightfoot. Whereas Stanford MC Lightfoot, affectionately known as the King of Lit, has graced the world with 6 decades of charisma, creativity, cultural influence, becoming a beloved icon in Metro Atlanta and beyond. Whereas MC Lightfoot's journey began in the early 1980s, captivating audiences as a magnetic Michael Jackson impersonator, moonwalking across the stage at Atlanta's Omni, igniting a lifelong passion of performance. And whereas his versatility and boundless energy led him to embody characters such as Harry the Hawk, spirited mascot of the Atlanta Hawks, and to serve as a legendary MC of the Blue Flame Lounge. Blue, tell the truth.
Wow.
MC of the Blue Flame Lounge Amateur Nights for over 2 decades, y'all. Bringing laughter, rhythm, and unforgettable memories to countless lives. And whereas MC Lightfoot's voice and presence have echoed across international stages from Canada to Dubai to Japan, hosting tours with Neo Soul, including Kim, Lettucey, Music Child, and sharing the spotlight with R&B royalty such as Patti LaBelle, Fantasia, and Frankie Beverly and Mays. And whereas his signature style, marked by lavish suits, iconic hats, and a wardrobe of over 10,000 in Michael Jackson costumes, has elevated every performance into celebration in arts, flair, inspiring generations with his commitment to excellence and self-expression. And whereas beyond the age of 50, MC Lightfoot continued to pop, lock, and light up the stage with youthful vigor, crediting his longevity to discipline, joy, and love for fishing and community connection. His legacy is not only etched in the spotlight, but in the hearts of those he entertained, mentored, uplifted, serving as a cultural ambassador, comedian, genius, and master of ceremonies, whose voice became the soundtrack of Atlanta's soul. Therefore, the mayor and City Council of the City of South Fulton recognize MC Lightfoot's extraordinary contributions to entertainment, culture, and community, and do hereby proclaim this day MC Lightfoot Day in honor of his 60th year journey in his legacy and the joy he brought to stages and souls around this world. Congratulations. You gotta say something.
I don't have much to say after you said all that. This like it came from the Bible. Y'all could have left the blue flame. Y'all just. First of all, I just want to thank God and thank my mother. She's sitting out there on the front row, and right on that row right there. And well, you're gonna tell my mom to come up. You tell the rest of them come on up too. Jeremy, John, all of y'all, come on. So I like to thank, one of the promoters. He's sitting on the wall back there, the GQ guy. You see him right there? Yeah. He was one of the biggest promoters at Wolf Creek. And I appreciate him coming, and I appreciate my family coming, and I will continue to serve and do what I can for South Fulton if they need me to call on me. And I appreciate all the years I have put into this city for voter registration and other things. I've served at Grand Marshal for a few parades for South Fulton, and I really appreciate what all y'all doing. Thank you all so much. Got to do a dance.
One dance. I'll hold us.
Moonwalk. I'm having knee surgery. Don't hurt yourself. Why no move like?
Oh, goodness. Y'all gotta get in close.
Come on, Jeremy. Don't make me cuss at him. Ursula, y'all come on. He done did the yeek and everything. Y'all better come on. November the 5th.
Okay, I gotta make sure I put that on. We can keep up with you.
I'm still working.
No, you're not.
On November the 6th.
I'll call past.
All right, everybody's looking right here. Big smiles. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Whenever you have trouble out of here, just call Pastor Paula. She got you. She got you. Just call Pastor Paula. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. If I want to put that bird to you, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. God bless you.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, that'll bring us Roman numeral 6, approval of city council meeting minutes. The regular meeting minutes, August 12, 2025. Work session minutes, August 12, 2025. Alcohol zoning public hearing minutes, August 12, 2025. And special call meeting minutes for August 12, 2025 and August 15, 2025.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I motion to approve.
Second.
I motion to approve
We got it.
the city council meeting minutes as sounded. I ain't even get it all like approved.
Any discussion? All right, seeing and hearing none. Are we already in Civic Plus?
Yes, I think
All right, let's take this vote online.
Okay, where is it? Have you seen it? Oh, boy.
I'm in council, but I don't see no vote.
Oh, Lord, it says error occurred.
All right, we'll take this vote by show of hands.
I cast them out.
All right, please sound the next item.
Yes.
That brings us to alcohol license rezoning, variance, and modification cases for motion and vote. First is letter A, request council approval for Johnny's Cascade Incorporated, doing business as Johnny's Pizza, for an alcohol beverage license for the consumption sale of beer beverages at 5495 Cascade Road, Suite 110, South Fulton, Georgia, 30331. This property is located in Council District 1.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the alcohol license for Johnny's Pizza for the location at 5495 Cascade Road, Suite
Second.
110.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, can we take this vote online?
It still ain't doing it. It's frozen. It's already pressed it, but it's frozen.
Councilman Bell, yes. That motion was approved 6-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter C, second read and request council approval of an ordinance TA 25-001, an amendment to the South Fulton Code of Zoning Ordinances, Section 803.10, Public Participation Plan and Report Requirements to amend Section B, General Requirements, and C, the minimum requirements for the public notice process for zoning cases. Staff recommendation was approval conditional. Planning Commission recommends approval with conditions.
The chair will entertain a motion. It's been properly moved and seconded. I have discussion. Does anyone else have discussion?
I have discussion as well.
All right, the chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
I guess I'm interested in seeing what the conditions are because some of this, trying to figure out the right way to say it. I'll just wait to see what these conditions are.
Can you read those conditions into the record, Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, actually, I was looking for Mr. Williams because actually this was a rewrite of the public participation plan. The conditions that are mentioned here were from many meetings ago and I don't know, Madam City Manager, I don't know if, I'm sorry. Assistant City Manager Davis might be able to provide a little more detailed information.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, Mr. Mayor, council members. I did want to give just a briefing on some of the terms related to the changes in the ordinance concerning the public participation plan. Over time, as you know, we had a city planning commission meeting as well as the staff has a recommendation. And so following that, there was much discussion among the council concerning some of the additional comments in order to shape this ordinance. And so in the final draft of that incorporated some of the comments related to city council. I will read some of the parameters connected to the ordinance. One, amendments were made to the ordinance related to location of the meetings. The meetings must be within 5 miles of the project location. The next parameter relates to notification distance. The notification to the residents near the subject property must be within 1 mile of the subject property. Virtual meetings are held. Meetings must be hybrid. That is required to allow greater participation in these meetings. The timing of the notification, the mailings must be 30 days prior to the meeting, must notify the city council 30 days prior to the meeting via email. And then lastly, the public participation plan report must be submitted prior to the planning commission meeting, hearing, and must send a video of that meeting to the staff. Following that final draft, there were additional discussion concerning the mailing and
following that meeting with the council, adding additional comments, there were a few other additions added to the draft ordinance. And that one is that it was questioned regarding whether the mailing should be exclusive to first-class mail for the notifications. And so, based on some comments we received, it was added to the ordinance that via every door direct service be offered by the United States Postal. So that is an option that an applicant could use to submit or send the notifications. And then I believe there was one other comment that was added and brought to our attention by a council member, was to also advertise the notice of the public participation meetings on social media. There was some question among the staff as to how we would execute that. And so I know we also had a conversation with the city attorney's office in determining if it would be feasible to add the requirement to post these public participation meeting notices on social media. So that was the last conversation, and I believe that was one of the last items that was up for discussion as to determine if that was feasible to do. So that's where we left off with the public participation plan ordinance.
You still have the floor.
Okay, so I would like to offer a substitute motion to approve as sounded, but striking the portion requiring the public notice be published on our city website or on social media. I believe it's the recommendation of the city attorney that it may not be a best practice for our city.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take,
We have a few.
okay. We have discussion on substitutes? Okay. All right, we bring that cue back up. Councilman Willis.
So I'm struggling with why everything is problematic for South Fulton, but not for other cities. You know, the process is totally transparent in other cities. They are posting notices online when the developers have public participation input. We have consistently heard from residents come and say they have not gotten these notices. Now you're requiring the developer to email the council. So are they going to be emailing the entire council whenever there's a development notice for us to share? What does that mean?
So there was a request by council to ensure that they're getting the notices for these meetings. And so that is an answer to the interest of being notified by the developers to know about the meetings.
Will they notify the entire council from now on? Because I just had 2 community input meetings in my district recently, and I didn't know anything about it. I found out about it online. I found out, from next door or from residents notifying me. And if I had not been notified in that vein, I would not have known. And I just feel that our city should be notifying us when they have these. Are they telling you all?
So, of course, these projects are led by the CDRA, and so they are aware of these meetings. And so the city council will be notified of all of the notices.
Going forward,
once this is adopted.
So going back to the city attorney, why is it problematic for us? Why is everything such a legal liability for us to post these type of notices online when we have zoning cases?
So I'm not sure if you all had an opportunity to look at the 1, 2, 3, 4-page memo that was drafted by my office on why putting the onus and the responsibility on the city to post it on social media is problematic. All of these other requirements are on the developer to do. It's the developer's responsibility to make sure that they're informing the community. By adding this responsibility back onto the city, if there was an inadvertent lack of communication, if we left it off of LinkedIn or one of our social media posts, that liability can cause the entire zoning action to be invalidated for the city failing to follow its own policy. So by putting the responsibility back on the developer, as opposed to putting this responsibility on the city, it actually helps us preserve the integrity of the zoning process. One, making sure we're not sued later on for any type of inadvertent accident, but also making sure that zoning actions aren't invalidated later.
So we don't want to put it in the ordinance to make it a law. Can we make it a best practice that we share this information? What I'm saying is not make it a law, but make it a SOP, standard operating procedure, to post the notice on. You can't get sued over standard operation. Can you get sued over standard operation procedure?
It's something that can be used in evidence in a legal action. It doesn't, obviously doesn't carry the same weight as a law, but that's definitely something that we can look into and we can talk about directly after this meeting offline. I do think there's a solution there. But as far as putting it in the law, I do think it'd be problematic if the city doesn't follow its own laws.
Okay, so what I want to do is, so I won't prolong this and we can move along, I will go ahead and support that now, but I do want to look at other cities and find out how it's not problematic for them to do it and it's problematic for us to do it. At the end of the day, I just want to make sure our residents are aware of these meetings and these notices. They are consistently saying they're not getting in the mail, whether it's, delays in mail, first class mail, I don't know, but I know that it's a consistent complaint from residents about development. And yes, we want to put as much onus on the developer as possible, but as a city, we should also want to make sure that our residents are informed and notified when there are community input meeting to increase community input and engagement. Because we're not like Atlanta. We don't have an MPU, which I think we should have MPUs. I think we should have MPUs at this point, but we're not there yet, and so we need to be trying to do what we can to make sure our residents know when they need to come out and participate.
All right. Seeing no one else in the queue, I do have this is the second read, and it would be, it's effective immediately. I feel like we might not be ready to operationalize this. If we pass this tonight, are we, Madam City Manager, with the conditions, is it ready? Are we ready to move forward tonight? Do you need maybe another month? We can change the effective date for like 60 days from passage or something.
We can do the effective date for 60 days from passage.
All right. Do we need a motion to amend for that? The chair, recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
I don't want to hold this up because we still have developers like scheduling meetings outside of our city. That's another thing. It says within 5 miles of the development. Is there anything in this ordinance that says they can't schedule meetings outside of the boundaries of our city? Because they don't need to be scheduling meetings in Union City if they're doing a development in the city of South Fulton. Because 5 miles on the line of Fairburn could be in another city. 5 miles on the line of where my district is could be in another city. So we need to put specific language to say they cannot schedule meetings outside of our city, 5 miles within our city boundaries.
So I do understand your concern. I believe in the previous discussions, we had extensive discussion about that, and there was concern about properties or projects that were on the border of the city, and there are no locations to have the meetings. So there was some grace.
Excuse me, ma'am, that's not true. Okay. To somebody, that is a bold-faced lie to say that we don't have any places in our city for people to have meetings within the boundaries. That's not true. I can give you, everybody on this diocese can give you a list of places they can have meetings close to locations within their district. Why does other cities don't have community input meetings in the city of South Fulton when they're bringing development to other cities? And we shouldn't be doing it either, and it should not be allowed.
Well, that's
Councilwoman
certainly
Willis, I do respect your passion, but I just think that we need to be careful of our language when we're speaking to our staff, that's all.
Okay, and I respect what you just said, but I didn't say anything wrong. Lie is not a curse word, and I'm not calling her a liar. I'm saying who told her that they cannot find locations in our city is lying. Because that's true. They are lying. And it's nothing wrong with me saying that. So, before I was really interrupted, can I reclaim my time? Mrs. Davis, we do not need to have development meetings outside of the city. And I'm passionate about that. Let me tell you why. The withdrawal that happened today, they had residents going all the way to East Point on Cleveland Avenue for a community input meeting, for a development that was happening right in my district. And I was totally disrespectful and wrong because they couldn't even find the location. It was hard for me to find the location. So it needs to stop. If people are developing in our city, if they need some place to figure out where to have the meeting, they need to be working with the council members or staff. We can help them. We have churches. We have people who have clubhouses. Why do we have to accept that? I agree with you, Mayor. This is not ready. We probably need to bring it back because that language needs to be put in there.
The chair recognizes our city manager. And then we're gonna go, I'm sorry, can everybody get in the queue? I'm hearing that people want to be in the queue and they're not getting in. Councilman Sebastian, will have you be after Raul. Okay.
We had that language in there. It was asked to be removed by a council person.
It doesn't matter at this point. It was in there. It was in there. It was removed. There were, hold on. I'm gonna ask for, I'm just gonna ask for order. It was in there. Somebody asked for it to be removed. We're talking about putting other language in. Again, I think it's just not ready. I think this is one of the things I know that we're working on. We're bringing an update, not soon enough, Madam City Attorney, for our legislative process, but I think that it's going to be really important as items are going through the legislative process, to really have staff weigh in on if it's ready to be implemented, if it's ready, and that's not to like delay anybody's legislation, but things should not be coming to this agenda half cooked. All right. With that, the chair recognizes Dr. Rao.
I wanted to say, she set up and read like 4 or 5 things that we're adding to the process to get this information to residents, including all of us having the information. So, I think right now this is such a minor thing to make sure that we stay this in these city limits. It's a small thing, and I don't think we should wait because it's going to take time to implement this. So my recommendation is to approve it with the caveat that Councilwoman Willis recommended that the meetings have to be held within the city limits, because I experienced the same thing. I had people get notices to meet in Mapleton. I said, what? So, Mapleton is not. It's not. So my question to city attorney, is it illegal to limit it? Because I've never seen that either, where people are having meeting outside their city. But that doesn't make it right. So my question's for the attorney.
It's not illegal. I think I do believe that there's a council person that does have a lot to say about this. So I don't want to step on their toes. But I think the threading of the needle was if it does have to be outside the jurisdiction, that it's within 5 miles of the development. So it shouldn't be we're having a meeting in Mableton that's on Oakley Industrial Boulevard. If it needs to be in Fairburn, it would be within 5 miles of the development on Oakley Industrial Boulevard to avoid things that you're talking about. So I'll leave it there because again, I don't want to step on anybody else's toes, but it's to take that into consideration.
And was it not the case, I know the staff reached out to me, and I thought they had reached out to everybody to get locations in their I remember it, it was an email that came out to say, hey, give us a list of locations where if people want to have a meeting in that you give them the list. Did everybody respond?
I think I responded to that.
Yeah, so if that's the case, does the planning department have a list of locations, at least one in each district? Because you're right, they can rent a clubhouse and they can pay that community to rent their space.
We can certainly get that list from you all and clarify it, but yeah.
So y'all did get that?
We can clarify, I don't remember seeing it, but we can clarify, that email that you got, we can clarify the, locations once more.
Okay, so my recommendation is you get at least a couple locations in each district, because it's somewhere, like for real. And, they can share, with any applicant that these are common locations that people can go. Other than that, I'm good with the other proposed changes, but I also agree, it needs to be in the city limits. So that's my friendly amendment.
Second.
Third.
Okay, we have a discussion. There's more discussion. We're gonna vote on all the amendments at the end. I'm sure more are coming. Councilman Sebastian and then Councilwoman Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So let me just try and take the temperature down a little bit and remind us why this was a discussion. This was a discussion because I mentioned that there was a hearing held in Palmetto, just across the border from District 4, for a project that was happening close by. And I also mentioned that there was another project where the applicant apparently held the meeting way far away from the site. And so because of the lack of facilities in District 4, I felt we needed to have options close by, even if they were in other cities, because it made sense. So therefore, if it's within the 5 miles, I agree. If they can hold it in the city, we should. But I don't think we should be sending someone 5 miles away and the facilities across the street, even if it's in another city. I'll be honest with you. We had one recently on Highway 29 in the city of Fairburn. It was not 5 miles away from the development, but everybody preferred to stay online. I was the only resident who showed up in the room. And it was okay. People got to say their piece and give their feedback. So we have added that piece too. So to me, we have given enough option. We have delayed this so long because we know the current process that we have is broken. And I think even taking a step forward tonight and see how that works and then make a tweak even down the road, I'm okay with that too. Councilman Royal, I'm okay with your recommendation. I will vote for that, right? But ACM Davis, I'm sorry, because whether that was the intention or not, that was a little harsh. So I apologize on behalf of my colleague and colleagues, right? And with that being said, I still say I'm sorry for what happened, okay? But the whole issue is, it was a case where we felt that a meeting that happened in District 4 was best in the city of Palmetto because it was so close. And the meeting went fine. Everybody was there, lots of people were there who gave feedback on the project. So it's just not, I don't think anybody's here trying to hurt anyone else or hurt the process. It's a work in progress to redesign all of this stuff. But the key is to make sure members have enough opportunities to give feedback and to make sure people are not carrying stuff way outside the area and then come and say, well, nobody came to the meeting. I think that's the crux of the matter we're trying to address. So whether it's inside the city within 5 miles or outside the city within 5 miles, I don't care. And hopefully with us bringing online things like the community room at Fire Station 6, and I love the idea of the clubhouse option too, right? We can also work with it, because if it's one thing out here in District 4, we have lots of big HOAs with clubhouses, right? So again, that's my addition, and that's my recollection why this whole piece was done the way it was done. All right, thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Bell.
So the main purpose for us in the discussion is to make sure that our residents are informed, to make sure that they.
Hold on, there's some crosstalk. I want to make sure that we can all hear you.
Did I interrupt y'all?
Go ahead.
So the primary focus is to make sure that our residents are informed in a timely manner and have the ability, whether they want to or not, to participate in these public participation meetings. I appreciate the feedback. I do feel like we have a few more things that we need to tweak, but something that I would like to see would be increasing from 30 days to 45, which I believe in our initial conversation, we mentioned that, just to make sure that snail mail is going to snail, but we want to make sure that we give ample opportunity and ample notice so that all of our residents can be able to participate in these forums and these participation meetings. So I would like to see whether we're extending the time from 30 days to 45, just in case there's a holiday, there's some type of major crisis. Just being able to receive that information and providing that information to the residents in a timely manner, whether they have it 2 weeks in advance, 3 weeks, they'll have ample time to be able to participate. So I would like to see 45 days added. Thank you.
I really don't. We are on, it's 8:30. We're on item B of like 20-something items on the agenda. I don't think this is ready. I don't think the sky will fall if we bring this back in 2 weeks and have some of these conversations offline. I am begging you all, can we please table this? Come back in 2 weeks and just have some of these conversations online so that we can get through the rest of this meeting in decency and order.
I motion to table. Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. The chair recognizes our city attorney / parliamentarian.
I would ask that it be longer than the 2 weeks. As you all know, I'm not going to be here at the next meeting, and I think it's going to be important, just for the soundness of this conversation. Obviously, it's up to the council, but that's just my humble request.
Can we bring it back on the 17th? Is that? We don't have the 21st because we are having the fourth Tuesday meeting on the third Tuesday because I think folks are going to DC.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes, Wednesday, September 17th is the second meeting in September.
So do we need to do October? Or are you going to be? Okay, so there is a motion on the floor. I'm going to ask if someone could withdraw that motion and we could do this table. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
First of all, I just want to say this. I don't want people to put words in my mouth. And I said what I said. If anybody is saying they can't find a location to have a community input meeting in the boundaries of the city within 5 miles from the development, it is a lie. And I'm not apologizing for that. I'm not apologizing for that. Constantly, we are hearing residents saying they're not informed, they're bamboozled, they don't know when stuff happens. I don't think we should prolong this. One is sitting out in the audience. I don't apologize for advocating for my constituency when I have found they have been treated wrong, when I have had to go with them to Cleveland Avenue for a development that's on Roosevelt Highway. I don't think we should prolong this. I think we should go ahead, pass this as is. If we need to come back and make tweaks, because the longer we don't have something in place, then we have an opportunity for some bad actors to continue to do what they're doing. And at least we can go ahead and get the notices when they have development. At least we can go ahead and mandate that they have to have these meetings within 5 miles from the development in the boundaries of this city. And I would ask my colleagues, don't speak for me, don't apologize for me. If I did something wrong, I will apologize. I'm a woman about mine. If I feel like I've offended somebody, I'll go to that person and tell them, don't speak for me. Thank you.
Call for the question.
First, Mr. Clerk, can I see the queue, please? I'm just trying to be respectful, but I understand, but if there's a queue, I'd like to recognize whoever was in the queue last. Okay, Gums, just trying to see.
Call for the question.
Okay, so let's, Mr. Clerk, if you would call for the vote online, if possible.
Yeah, the motion is to call the question, which requires a vote.
Okay. Can you announce the question?
The previous motion was to approve as sounded, striking publishing to social media and holding a meeting. The meeting must be held within the city. Yes, I think that was what Ms. Davis was already written in there.
Okay, so let's take a vote to call the question. Let's just do this by a show of hands.
That motion is approved. 6-0. Question's been called on for the main motion.
So, can you call the roll for the vote, since we have a motion on the floor? It's up? Okay, gotcha.
Please vote. There's Councilmember Bell. Councilmember Sebastian, you're in the affirmative or negative? Okay. Okay. That motion was approved unanimously, 6-0.
Please sound the next item. Oh, I'm sorry, that was a. 45 days. Was that, are we done with voting on that? Okay. Please sound the next item.
Next item brings us to item D, second read and request council approval for zoning ordinance case Z25-023. Request to rezone from M1 to the C1 in the Cascade Corridor Overlay District at 0 and 1055 Fairburn Road for to be determined business. It's located in Council District 1. Planning Commission and staff recommended approval.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the rezoning of 0 and 1055 Fairburn Road for to be determined business on parcels as enumerated on the agenda.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote online. Or are we in the queue? Is the queue working now? Okay.
That motion was approved unanimously, 6-0.
All right. Please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter E, case U 25-006, an application by Frederick Gresham, requesting a special use permit to operate a nail salon suites in the MIX Clifton Overlay District at 3220 Butner Road, Suite 140. This property is located in Council District 2. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval.
The chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved, 6-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter F, case M 25-001, a request to modify zoning petition Z 24-003 to reduce 3 lots to 2 lots in R2, 3260 Enid Road. Property is located in Council District 2. Modification cases are not considered by the Planning Commission. No recommendation.
The chair will entertain a motion.
Do I need, so moved.
All right. It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussions? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously, 6-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to letter G, second reading, request council approval of zoning ordinance case Z 25-021 and CV 25-0025. An application by Michael McGlory of Fern Park Development requesting rezoning from AG1 to CUP to develop residential community with 50 single-family detached homes on 16.71 acres at 5860 Coweta Road. This property is located in Council District 4. Planning Commission recommendation and staff recommendation are approval conditional.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously, 6-0.
Please sound the next item.
Brings us to letter H. Second reading, request council approval of zoning ordinance case Z 25-020, an application by Betancourt Construction LLC, care of Battle Law, requesting a rezoning from AG1 and R2A to CUP to construct a subdivision with 293 single-family detached homes on 130.19 acres at 6200 and 7000 Coweta Road and 5675 Dotson Road. This property is located in Council District 4. Planning and staff recommendations approval conditional.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
So move, Mr. Mayor, that's right.
Is there a second?
With conditions.
All right. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by show of hands. All right, please sound the next item.
Okay, that brings us to letter I, second reading, request council approval of zoning ordinance, KZ 25-013, application by Battle Law requesting rezoning from AG1 to NUP to develop 37 single-family detached homes on 8.30 acres at 0 Allen Drive. This property is located in Council District 5. Staff recommendation, approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation, denial.
He's here. I think we got, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Bell.
This case was supposed to be deferred.
Deferred.
All of the conditions have not been placed, so we will be deferring this case.
Okay, well, I'll entertain a motion for deferral.
A motion to defer,
Second.
would it be September 9th? 9th is the next one?
Yes.
Yes, next meeting is September 9th.
Let's do September the 13th, please.
17th.
17th? September the 17th, please. Thank you.
We have a motion to defer to September 17th. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, the chair will entertain this motion by a show of hands.
Court, that motion to defer approved unanimously 6-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter J, second reading request council approval of a zoning ordinance, KZ 25-005, an application by Sailor Prop requesting a rezoning from C1 and R5A to MIX at 7185 Old National Highway to develop townhomes and a 1,700 square foot commercial building on 11.66 acres. It's located in Council District 7. Staff recommendation denial, Planning Commission recommendation denial. This item failed to receive 4 affirmative or denial votes at the May 13th and August 12th council meetings.
All right. Point of information, is it a denial if it failed to receive 4 votes?
No. There has to be an affirmative vote and a decision by the council either to grant it or deny it. And there was not at the last city council meeting enough votes to carry any motion that was placed on the table before the council.
Right, I do remember this, but I'm asking, is that the same for the planning commission?
No. It's
So,
according to the zoning law, a zoning decision is a decision made by the local government body, which would be in this case, the city council.
No, hear me, I'm asking, it sounds like the planning commission had the same problem that we had. They got neither 4 votes for an approval or 4 votes for a denial.
No,
Is that what you just said?
no, that's not what he just said.
Okay, I'm sorry, it's late, I'm
It's a different
confused.
case.
Go ahead. All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
So I move to defer for 60 days.
Okay, that will take us to the October 23rd meeting?
And if I could have discussion so I could explain.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to make sure that we know the meeting.
Which day? You know the date. What's it? Thank you.
October 28th.
Okay.
All right, there is a motion and a second. Discussion. The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
So I have spoken to them. They have updated, their site plan and want to discuss this with CDRA and have opportunities to cure some of the outstanding issues of concern. And for that reason, they're asking for a deferral of 60 days. I yield.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
So I've had the same situation happen to a developer that withdrew their case today. And Ms. Superdan, there's something in our process that's flawed. Because when developers go through the process, before they get to this point where they're going before the commission and getting denied, they're recommending denial and they're getting to the commission where they're being denied. And then we get here and then we have to defer it for them to go back. And then the planning commission is saying that even if they go back and make changes, they're not going to change their recommendation because of the way that the application was filed. Like, we need to look at that. Because we can't keep bringing stuff back and people going before planning commissions, they come before this council, denials are documented on paper, and then we're coming back, we vote, then we re-vote, then we vote, then we re-vote, and then it's a deferral. This is crazy. I'm going to support it, but our process is flawed. And we need to fix it. That's all I'm going to say.
All right, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved, 6-0 unanimously to defer to the October 28th meeting.
And we are now at our budget public hearing.
We did have one additional zoning case that Councilmember Gums added to the agenda that needs to be heard. You want to take that now?
Sure. Please sound that item.
So that item is case U 25-004. The applicant seeks a special use permit to operate a nail salon at 6890 Campbellton Road in the C1 Cliftondale Overlay Zoning District. Property is in Council District 2. Planning Commission and staff recommendation was approval.
The chair entertains a motion. I'm sorry, go ahead. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously, 6-0. You voting 6-0?
Yes, it is 6-0? All right. All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to Roman numeral 8, FY 26 budget, public hearing number 2. We have the presentation regarding the FY 26 budget by our city manager, Sharon D. Subadan, and Althea Phillip Bradley, Chief Financial Officer.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, listening audience. This will be the second public hearing today of the fiscal 26 budget. The budget is the single most important policy decision you'll make every year. It sets the vision for the community and provides a 12-month roadmap for staff to follow. The budget theme this year is today's choices shape tomorrow's impact. The base budget includes no change in the millage rate, expenditures for continuing operations, annualization of expenses. Currently, it has an increase that we built for health insurance, but we believe that we're going to be able to deliver good news on that next meeting. So you'll see some changes. A merit pay step increase for city employees on their anniversary date with the completion of a successful performance evaluation. The key initiatives of the impact-driven budget are consistent with our strategic plan. The citywide budget in the proposed city manager's budget is $431 million. As outlined, our largest single item in our budget is capital funds for our capital projects, specifically for our police headquarters and fire rescue headquarters and training facility. Our general fund operating budget is $196 million, capital of $191, and other funds $43. City budget is balanced. We have received feedback from you on a number of items, and we will be incorporating those changes, which you will see at the next meeting. I won't insult everybody's intelligence with reading everything that is on this slide, but in our goals for new initiatives, we are investing in building out a facility that we bought this year for municipal court, a COLA that we are in the process of negotiating for the collective bargaining. Parks, we have CDBG funding dedicated to playground equipment for differently abled children, a Miracle League field for differently abled children, as well as home repair program for seniors and food insecurity that we have budgeted pursuant to your request. Additionally, of course, again, the police and fire headquarters, and we have built-in funding in the budget for debt service, acquisition of land for the Trust for Public Lands Trail Program, and funding for grant match. And additionally, the streets and sidewalk lighting. We discussed that earlier today. The $1 million is for utilities associated with streetlights, both pedestrian lights and streetlights in partnership with our utilities, and annual sidewalk maintenance program, which we're kicking off this year. You had asked us to identify the special projects, the special events that are funded in the Parks Department. There's $30,000 for the mayor, $20,000 for each council person. You've identified your primary and your signature and your secondary event. However, notwithstanding, if you're interested in moving funding because your event came in lower or you got a sponsor, then you may be able to utilize your funding that's going to be located in the Parks Department. And this is, of course, in addition to your community services, community outreach line item in your individual budgets. So we've already talked through each of these in our Goal 1 and Goal 2, Goal 3, and Goal 4. All of these are consistent with the strategic plan. We didn't just do a strategic plan to put it on the shelf. Our strategic plan is being actively used in the development of our budget and in our operations. Here's our overall capital improvement plan. You have a detailed list of all projects that are going to be in our CIP for 2026, proposed for 2026. And if you have any other questions on those, I'll be happy to answer them. And I'm going to go ahead and turn over to our CFO, our esteemed CFO, Bradley, to take you through several of the budget items and comparison with fiscal '25, and then we will be subject to your questions.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Okay, this slide provides a citywide comparison of the amended 2025 budget compared to the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget. About 2%, there's about 2% decrease in the general funds budget when it's compared to fiscal year 2025. And that's a combination of two things: increase in higher transfers out and a reduction in capital expenses. As you can see, the capital projects fund is up by a significant amount, and that's primarily due to the funding for the construction of the new public safety facilities. And other funds are down primarily due to the completion of one-time expenditures completed during fiscal year 2025. Our next slide is a pretty new slide we added in at the request of the council. Sorry, went too far. This slide represents the composition of the city's property tax digest. It's a breakdown of the total assessed value of all properties located in the city. It's an important starting point because these values determine how much property tax revenue we generate, which in turn is a significant portion of our general fund operations. It helps fund our general fund operations. Our total assessed value is approximately a little bit over $8 billion. After applying the $2.6 billion in exemptions, the net taxable value is $5.4 billion. This taxable value is what we apply to the 12.399 proposed millage rate in order to calculate the city's property tax revenue. As you can see, residential properties make up the largest share at 64%. Commercial and industrial makes up for about 32% collectively. Other property classes is public utilities make up for about 2.3%. And agriculture and conservation use properties combined contribute less than 1%. Now we can move on to the citywide revenue sources. This slide pretty much looks at all revenue sources citywide. Before we break them down by fund classifications, our citywide revenue sources are diverse and are generated across multiple funds, which we will discuss later on in the presentation. Here you can see the full picture of how we're funding operations and investments across the city for fiscal year 2026. This slide gives citywide view of all our revenue sources. Our largest revenue source, I'll just read the top three. Largest revenue source is our bond proceeds, which make up for about 22% of our $31 million budget. Budgeted use of reserves makes up for about 18%. Most of this comes from the general fund and is being utilized for one-time projects. Property taxes comes in third for citywide revenue sources, which make up for about 15%. And of the three top largest revenue sources, property tax is the only recurring source of revenue for the citywide. This slide just basically gives a side-by-side comparison of our revenue sources, comparing fiscal year 25 to 2026. This slide here breaks down how our city allocates its budget across all major service areas, shows both the dollar amounts and the percentages each area represents of our total spending. The largest share of our budget is dedicated to public safety, followed by central government operations, infrastructure, and quality of life. Again, I'll just read the top three, which would be public safety, accounting for $166 million of our $431 million budget. General government accounts for about 18%, and public works accounts for 18.4% as well. Again, this slide is just a side-by-side comparison of our citywide uses, comparing fiscal year 25 to fiscal year 26. Now we're going to the general fund, which is the city's primary fund. When we narrow the focus just from the citywide revenues to just the general fund, you can see a different picture of how we finance our day-to-day operations. These are the dollars that keep our core services running. Property taxes remain the single largest source of revenue for the general fund, accounting for a third of the general fund's budget. Budgeted use of reserves comes in second at 26%. And our local option sales and use tax brings in about 19%. This slide again, just comparing the general fund's revenue sources, comparing 2025 to 2026. Now that we've seen where our general fund revenue comes from, let's turn to how we allocate those resources. This breakdown shows the different categories of the general fund spending. The largest portion supports the people and services that keep the city running every day. On the left side, you see the pie chart, which basically breaks down the personnel services as being the largest source of the general fund's use at 43%. Purchase contract services is actually the third, which leads me to other, which is the brown portion of the pie chart, is about 51%. And it's leading you to the chart on the right, which is showing the breakdown of the 26.1% usage, which a large portion of that is transfers out from the general fund to support other internal funds. And that's primarily about $36 million is supporting the capital projects fund, which was initially captured in the general fund, but we moved it to its own fund so that we can better track it and manage the expenses. Again, this is just a side-by-side comparison. As we talked about the transfers out, this is just a breakdown of showing you what the general fund, the other funds the general fund is currently supporting for fiscal year 2026 budget. This chart looks at the general fund from a functional perspective, showing which service areas and categories receive funding and what share of the budget each represents. Public safety, again, remains the largest functional area in the general fund. Coming in second, general government. Coming in third, it's transfers out to support other funds. Again, this is just a side-by-side comparison of those functions from one year to the next. Now we're moving on to special revenue funds, capital funds, debt service fund, and enterprise funds. This slide basically shows the list of special revenue fund that make up for the citywide budget. Special revenue funds are projected at $21.5 million. This is a 27.6% reduction from fiscal year 2025. And again, that decline is primarily due to a $5.8 million reduction in the school zone traffic camera fund. ARPA also is decreasing, and ARPA is the pandemic-related funds. And also multiple grant funds is decreasing by $1.5 million as well. The next slide is your capital project slide. The largest portion of your capital project slide, again, is going to public safety. Also, it includes the capital improvement plan that was adopted last year. Again, that holds its own fund as of the fiscal year 2026 budget, and it also includes T-SPLOS 1 and 2. And the LMIG grant fund as well. Those make up your capital projects fund. And in total, those funds budget for fiscal year 2026 amounts to $191 million. Also included on this slide is your debt service slide. We have a new debt service that will come into play of $3.6 million, and that's the debt service, the interest payment for the new public safety facilities. Next is our enterprise fund. I always want to say this because the enterprise funds are intended to be self-sustaining, which ours aren't. Well, except for the solid waste fund. This year, we're expecting that it should break even, hopefully. But as far as our Wolf Creek Amphitheater Enterprise Fund, it is 100% funded by the general fund. And here you will see the enterprise fund year-to-year comparison along with the trust and custodial funds and your component unit funds. Total cost of our 5-year plan, $346 million for our 5-year capital improvement plan. The fiscal year 2026 budget total for capital improvement is $138 million. The T-SPLOS fund, which is a sales tax dedicated solely to funding transportation projects. Fiscal year 2026 allocation for 1 and 2 is approximately $39 million for 2026. And our last slide just highlights the revisions that we plan to make before the final adoption of the fiscal year 2026 budget. The first adjustment is within the Public Affairs Department. The Senior Communications Manager position will be moved back under the City Clerk's office. Next, the general fund will decrease by approximately $2.7 million, primarily due to the reduction in transfers out. This includes about a $1.9 million transfer to Capital Projects Fund and reducing an $856,000 transfer to the Capital Grant Fund for transportation-related projects. We were able to identify resources within the T-SPLOST Fund to support these transportation projects, which will reduce the reliance of general fund reserves for those one-time expenditures. The T-SPLOST budget itself remains unchanged because we had a contingency allocation built in, and those funds have been reallocated to absorb this adjustment. Lastly, the grant fund is reduced by $300,000. These funds originally designated for the Food Insecurity Initiative will now be managed within the Grants Department in the general fund. Last slide just shows our next budget adoption for September 9th, 2025 at 7 p.m. That concludes my presentation.
This is a budget hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public budget hearing. Do we have any folks that wanted to comment? Do we have any speakers?
Yes, sir. We did receive 2 cards, and Mr. Snellings, did you want to, or this was public comment? Okay. So we have 2 cards for the public hearing, Ms. Jane Williams and Tamiko Leverett.
Greetings, I'm Tamiko Leverett, 5825 Mallory. I am coming in reference to the budget that has been recommended. Efficiency is doing things that are right with systems and processes in place. Effectiveness is focusing on those outcomes and those goals. Why am I reminding you this? Because the most recent city financial audit highlighted multiple instances of misappropriated funds, inconsistent processes that allow funds to be misstated, and we're still waiting for last year's findings. Why would you almost double a budget when we don't have an effective city handling finances properly? Why wouldn't you take a moment to put everything in place and not just support a wish list of everything under the sun? Sometimes you have to make hard decisions. The fire department has patiently been waiting for their headquarters since 2022. Everything is in place, everything is done. However, you have a police department that is going through an investigation. Maybe their headquarters can wait. The city has asked for $300,000 for food insecurity when you already have a program that provides free food right now with partnerships. So why add to a budget when things are already in place? Is it because individual people want to continue to add more items to individual events instead of working as one city? We are duplicating efforts. Why not pool together? There are cities who have one back-to-school event. Why can't we just have one? That might help on budget costs. But we just continue to just do things and never say, maybe we should make some changes. On more than one occasion, I've seen the mayor recommend things that people just blew it off. And his points were valid. So I'll wrap it up and say that fiscal oversight is a primary responsibility of the council. And the city manager and the budget decisions and approval should be a standard that residents should hold each of you, except the mayor who doesn't get a vote, to be accountable. Everything on the wish list does not have to be approved.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jane Williams, 7th District. So, sound like Tomiko has already covered at least one thing that I had as far as our council coming together with events. Maybe some of you do it now, that we don't have to have individual events, but maybe we can hold some events together to offset some of our costs, because it seems as though, and I know this happens in cities and counties, that our budget rises, but I think we can look at some of the costs that we have to offset. And also, I was a little confused on some of the slides that I saw tonight. It's like they were repeating themselves on the capital funds and the general funds. So I was a little confused by that. And also, I would like to see more of what that 51% is with other, not just it's other, but I want to know more of what's in the other. So that's my comment for tonight. And I'm gonna come back with this public comment because it's at the end, and I think it should be in the beginning. Thank you.
I'm gonna go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up to council questions and comments. Councilman Sebastian.
First of all, I want to say to Ms. Superintendent and your team, thank you for putting this together. I think the part of the thing that's important, I guess, to emphasize even more is that while this budget looks as large as it does, 96 million out of that is for the two facilities and also the funds that we're transferring out for these development projects. I think sometimes we're a little confused, I think, between, or we can provide more clarity between the general fund project budget versus the capital improvement budget that we have outlined. But I spoke this morning about the need for the master lighting plan. You know, I heard you, and I appreciate you guys looking at that and bringing that back in the near future, and also the fact that we're doing some of the infilling of lights as the low-hanging fruit that was mentioned with that $1 million. I do appreciate you guys doing that. I'm looking forward for us to kick off things like the home repair program that's listed here, that we have some funds for, because we've heard a lot of seniors that are struggling with upkeep of their homes. And so I look forward for us executing that properly across the entire city so that we can help some folks who are in need. And those are my comments.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you. I would like the city manager to take some items into consideration prior to September 9th. You mentioned that the Parks and Recreation Department is looking to put a moratorium on park events because it is conflicting with our some events that we have. So I would like to have a detailed listing of all those events that the Park and Recreation Department currently have and the funding associated with it. Because if they're going to put a moratorium on those events, then we need to look at taking that money and adding it to the city council events. So if you can send me a listing of those events that Park is currently funding and the funding associated with that. I also want you to look at, we talked about not funding some of the authorities, and I know we currently fund two of the authorities at $150,000. And so since we are funding some events, citywide events, Juneteenth is a national holiday. But the other event, Azuka, is not a national holiday, but it's being funded by $150,000. JC, I may have found you $150,000, because if we're not going to give it to the Development Authority, then maybe we could look at taking that money and funding other events. That's $150,000. So, but we do have other festivals that need to be funded, such as the Yeet Fest. And some of my other colleagues may have festivals that would like to be funded. You know, we have historically had to go out and get sponsors for our events. But since some people don't have to do that, I don't think any of us should have to do that. And so I would love to see the Yeet Festival funded, if it's not being funded in parks. And also the South Foods and Pageant. You know, somebody raped me under the coals just because I asked for $10,000. But $150,000 get to go to their event. So I would like to see about getting that funded as well. Food insecurity. It's not just about food distribution. Food insecurity is about educating our residents about a healthy way to eat. It's also about teaching them how to grow vegetables. And so, you know, truth be told, I started the Feed in the City initiative on the onset of COVID. And I have consistently done it around holiday food insecurity. So that's why we have $300,000 in the budget to the resident who spoke to it. Just want to give, you know, some political education. It's not about distributing food out of one park. It's about making sure that our residents who are in need, again, due to the layoffs, that we spread the love. Not only do we spread the love, we teach our residents how to grow food and grow vegetables so that they don't have to rely on grocery stores. So that takes money. And those are the only things I would like for consideration. For me, it's not personal. I do think that we have adopted a resolution where we want to promote diversity in our city, but I just feel like we should make sure we spread the love with the funding. That's it. We have festivals that need to be funded, and I've given you some consideration on where the money should come from. I would like a listing of all of the park and recreation events, the funding associated with them. If they want to put a moratorium on that stuff, then they can just give us the money so we can fund the things that we need to have funded. Thank you. And also the authorities. If we're not going to fund them, that's another $150,000 that we can look to funding things. I appreciate it.
The chair recognizes Dr. Rowe.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the residents who gave commentary. I think for context, it's important to, I want to recommend you go back and look at the Malders and Jenkins presentation when they presented our audit, because the operational things have been put in place. As you recall, when the city manager arrived, they were 20 months behind. So we're caught up in the operationals. That's been consistent with the auditor said. It's also consistent with the individuals who did the forensic audit. The issues that pre-existed have been addressed by policy changes. So I wanted to provide that clarification. And I actually lobbied for the money, the $300,000 in the budget, for a couple reasons. We are seeing federal cuts to many nonprofits. We don't know. We know it's a downturn in the economy, and we want to be prepared. So it's not just about our events. I asked for grants to community-based organizations who do this work. And I know for me, I don't need any more special event money. I was the one in the first budget hearing that asked for the list of the events, because we have too many conflicting events on conflicting dates, and we gotta clean that process up. I wanna be able to support events across this city, and that is very challenging at times. So, I'm not gonna comment on the budget, because I gave all those questions in the earlier hearing. But, again, I also want to remind people, our first job as governors, to sit in here, pass this budget, and deal with ordinances. I didn't sign up to be a special event planner. I think some community engagement is helpful, but we pay these staff to do these events, and they need to do their job, so that's my opinion. So I'll leave it right there.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
I alluded to this earlier today. While I appreciate Councilwoman Willis' energy towards trying to get me $150,000, I don't need $150,000 in a festival. And let me just put that on record. What I wish we would do as a government is to not only combine, but also make more of these things citywide events. And I'll enumerate some of the things that happen in District 4, as I said today, that I think should be citywide events. Sling Fest doesn't happen anywhere else in the city. That needs to be a city event. We had people from 10 states here and some people from international. The International Cultural Fest, celebrating everyone, needs to be a city event. I have no problems with that. The tree lighting that I started over there, holiday tree lighting, that needs to be a city event. I know we tried it here last year at City Hall. It was good here, but it was better attended in these 4 because it was in the middle of the community. The Autism Fest doesn't happen anywhere else. There are people that come from miles and miles, counties and counties around to attend that event. I have no problems working with staff and getting a lot of those off of my plate. Because, again, I mentioned, there are certain things that I'm passionate about, and that is making sure people across the city, and especially the district that I was elected to, where people were telling me 3.5 years ago, nothing happens out here, right? And so that was one of the reasons why they sent me here. But I said one of the reasons, not the reason. So I am going to work with staff, assuming I'm here next year, to make sure some of these events are taken over by culture and hopefully parks and get executed. And if we need to move them around the city, y'all know I've said this even about National Night Out, needs to move around the city. That's what I think, needs to move around the city. The Veterans Parade needs to be a citywide event, not the District 4 event. Because the veterans have complained when I started that engagement with that community that all of those thousands of veterans in our city, some were complaining to me, we have nothing to do, no one recognizes us on Veterans Day. So I'm just saying, even though the seeds were planted, I am okay with some of these things now becoming wider for the city. And if it means it become wider for the city and they have to get $150,000 of staff would use, so be it. But I don't want to be responsible for no festival that costs no $150,000. Just telling you all that right now, I don't. Okay, and with that said, Madam City Manager, again, thank you guys for the work that you all have done in this budget. And I look forward to the rest of the process so we can get this thing approved and keep doing what we're doing, which is to build this great city on the rise. Thank you all.
Councilwoman Willis, this is your second time.
This is my second and last time. And I just want to respectfully ask my colleagues to do what they say. Don't get up here for show and say that you want things to be a citywide event and you want to collaborate when we can look at our schedules and the event schedules and show that some of these council members are planning events year after year. You know, this summer there was a big festival playing in District 1 and an autism festival going at the same time. And And also, District 5 had a back-to-school event. And the thing about it is, staff is being pulled in 4 and 5 different directions. If we're serious about collaborating, then why we got 2 festivals on September 20th? If we're serious about collaborating, then let's make it one festival. We already got it planned we already got a Zuka Fest planned, and it's gonna be at Wolf Creek. It's gonna be at Wolf Creek, so why not everybody go to Wolf Creek and make it one big festival? We're serious about collaborating. So don't sit here and say that y'all want to collaborate when y'all really don't collaborate. I recall when I started the holiday distribution, and then a colleague planned a turkey giveaway the same day that I had my holiday distribution. But we serious about collaborating. Last year, there were 5 different turkey giveaways. But we serious about collaborating. So I just believe in being honest and transparent. Yes, we do need to improve in that area. We don't need to have 5 different turkey giveaways. If someone already started it and they got a well-oiled machine, then come support them. What residents want to see us do is work together. And everything can't be in one district and then you call it a citywide event. Let's move it around. So let's start by combining the festival. Let's make the international festival. I don't think Councilmember Pritchett will have a problem with making it a Azuka International Festival, and we combine it, and we put all our efforts to try to grow that festival and make it a Azuka International Festival. So let's start this year. Why we got to have 2 festivals and have our staff pulled in different directions? Now y'all just heard people said that we should collaborate. We can start right there. No, it's not too late. It's not too late. And so we also need to make sure, and we can fund things better that way if we're collaborating. I have no problems working with anybody who wants to work with me or who asks me to work with them. All of my events are well attended and they're well-oiled machines. But I don't have a problem moving what I do or combining what I do with anybody. I'm saying it right here on the record. The Feeding the City initiative is just what it says. It's feeding the city. When we started that initiative, it was moving the food distributions around to every park, every area in the city, not just one park. Working with churches. We partnered with churches because we found partnering with churches that also took the resources. They took the churches had staff. They had volunteers, so we didn't have to rely on city staff to really, help us. So it moved around the city. I have everything documented. So if we're serious about it, let's start it on September 20th. Anybody who want to work with me on the holiday giveaway at Welcome All Park that we've been doing for the past 8 years, come on, let's start planning it. Because it's a well-oiled machine. Thank you.
All right. First, I want to apologize to our residents. If you look at the screens, you will see that this budget public hearing was supposed to start at 7. We started at 9. If we want our citizens, if we're serious about citizen participation, we have to start these sorts of things when we say we're going to start them. And I will be making some amendments to the September 9th agenda to make sure that our 7 p.m. budget hearing starts at 7 p.m. And Ms. Jane Williams, I'm also going to make sure that we move public comment up so that people aren't waiting until 9:30, 10 for public comment. Madam City Manager, do you know what percentage of this budget is spent on events?
Relatively, it's a very, very large budget. So in reality, what we should look at is the general fund. And we're, we can come back to you with an exact, it's a small percentage because it's such a very large budget.
Right,
So,
it's like a 1, 2.
right, it doesn't seem like a lot.
Right.
But it's also not an all-in cost either.
Right. That's the reason that I bring that up is because at every level of government, I'll wait. At every level of government, the primary job of that governing body, federal, state, county, local, is to pass a budget. And we've spent the past 30 minutes talking about 2% of our $430 million budget. And we've had this conversation about events since I have been mayor. If I am reelected, January, please expect that we will have a work session about nothing but events. Our State of the City address this year, the theme of it was evolve. When we started as a city, we didn't have a Parks and Recs department, let alone a Bureau of Cultural Affairs. And so we, as council people, were the Bureau of Cultural Affairs. We did all of the events. We have evolved. We have a $430 million budget. So if we are serious, then we'll all just stop doing events and let our Bureau of Cultural Affairs, we can make recommendations, and then we'll let our Bureau of Cultural Affairs plan our calendar for the year. All of the events will not coincide with one another. They'll be spread around the city. They'll all be well-staffed because our Bureau of Cultural Affairs staff that we pay 6 figures to be the manager of and multiple figures for people to run, those are the professionals. And so it might be time for us to evolve out of the event business altogether, which means that none of the events, we can give our ideas, but none of the events will be our events alone. For the State of the City, as mayor, I moved it to the city anniversary, and in doing so, I relinquished control of that event. And so the State of the City address, which is usually 45 minutes to an hour, was a 2-hour event because it was also our city anniversary, and it was run by our Bureau of Cultural Affairs. So I think that that is something that public affairs, I'm sorry. Well, both, but it wasn't run by a district person. I do think that if we are not going to get out of the business of events, and I think that we probably won't, I would like to see us all get as many sponsors as possible and use as few tax dollars as possible for our events. I do one event a year now, and we are working to get sponsors. Though we have budgeted for the event, we are going to try and get sponsors to so that we can put all that money back in the general fund. Thank you so much for all the hard work, Madam City Manager, you have done and will be continuing to do, it sounds like, on this budget, and for everyone who stayed up with us for this part of the discussion. Mayor, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, that brings us to the public comment for this evening. We do have at least one comment card. I will read the rules for public comment into the record. Any City of South Fulton resident or business owner who wishes to address the mayor and city council and offer public comment on any item on the agenda may do so during the public comment period of the meeting. Any county, state, and federal elected official should be allowed to speak regardless of city of residence. Comments should be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Public comment should be limited to only those items appearing on the current city council meeting agenda. The person or City of South Fulton business owner desiring to speak should rise, address the city council, and when recognized, state their name, residential or business address, the agenda item they are addressing, in the city council district in which they reside. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole and not to any member. Speakers may not employ obscenities or threats of violence in their comments, and speakers may not use public comments to campaign for political office for either themselves or on behalf of other candidates for the purpose of limiting political influence on city council employees and encouraging orderly and efficient meetings. With those rules read into the record, we did receive one card. I don't know if other speakers wish to speak, but Mr. Richard Snellings submitted a card. Please come at this time.
All right, Richard Snellings, 1980 Loch Lomond Trail, District 1. I would like to thank Councilwoman Pritchett for sponsoring the legislation to remove the restrictions to public comments. As was explained to me by my council person, she claims this legislation was necessary because public comment prevented the council from getting through the agenda. While this was a valid concern, I think we all know why you can't get through the agenda, and it's not because of us. We saw that tonight. It's almost 10 p.m. and we just are now having public comment. As a reminder, we had 30 minutes before public comment and 30 minutes after public comment, so there was no change there. What was happening was we spent 10 to 30 minutes while the council debated suspending the rules, giving one speaker 2 minutes to speak. With the passage of this legislation, that 20 to 30 minutes could have been saved. As elected officials, you should want to hear what's on the hearts and minds of your constituents. I agree with Councilwoman Pritchett when she says that there has been some political posturing going around about this issue. Back in mid-2022, I made a Monday appointment with an elected official who is present today. They lacked the courage to advocate for what was important to constituents. It was then that I realized that sometimes support is a one-way street and is not reciprocal. Residents like Jane Williams and I work with Councilwoman Pritchett and other council members to find common ground on this matter while also discussing our differences. There is no better example of compromise than this. Dr. Baker reminds me all the time that listening is part of the conversation. I appreciate Councilwoman Pritchett for listening to us, and she has been a great partner to work with. I urge the council to vote yes to remove the restrictions to public comment.
All right. Those are all the cards I received. I don't know if anyone in the public wishes to speak, but that's it for public comment. Absent.
It looks like everyone has spoken. The next item is council comments. I'm wondering if we can skip that for this evening at 9:43. All right, thank you. Please sound the next item after that, Mr. Clerk.
So that brings us to consent agenda. This item B, item A was removed.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by a show of hands. All right, please sound the next item.
Okay. That brings us to agenda items. Letter A, public safety, request council approval of a professional services agreement with Rothwell Confidential Services, LLC, for the purposes of conducting an administrative review of the South Fulton Police Department per the council-initiated investigation for an amount not to exceed $117,425.
The chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve is sounded.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
You release, okay. So, I guess, Ms. Superman, we need to figure out, how we initiate engagement. because this is something that the council has requested. So we need to figure out how to initiate engagement for this process to begin. I know that we had discussed that this person should facilitate coordination through Public Safety Director Alexander. Um, is that how you prefer for it to happen? This is kind of odd because it is a council initiated request. However, we don't deal with employees, and nor do I want to have any dealings with employees, but we also want to keep you out of it because we want it to be as neutral as possible. So I'm looking for direction on how we should go about initiating engagement.
So I envision, so first of all, I can be neutral and believe that in the scope of work, there is a provision where I would be interviewed along with other staff, council people. The way I envision it is Dr. Alexander will facilitate the needs of the reviewer to coordinate any activities in the department, help them to navigate. If they're bringing a team, help the team to navigate whatever it is they need. And any briefings, I think, should occur, if they need to brief you midway, that should occur with the committee. I believe the committee is yourself, Councilman Sebastian, and Councilwoman Williams Brown. And so I would imagine that at some point along the way, you would get a briefing on their progress. So I don't really have to be involved in it, but you can be assured that I can be neutral if needed.
So I was not implying that you could not be neutral, but I do want to give the full appearance that there's neutrality in this, not only from you, but from all of us. And so I would ask that you make a request to Director Alexander to reach out to the investigator and ask what is needed, how often they will, come, if they need any type of workspace, how often do they foresee themselves, what type of time commitment is going to be, and come up with a schedule of who they want to interview so that we can make sure if it's, I know the scope of work is to interview employees, you, council, so we need to make sure our schedules are coordinated so we won't prolong this process because the approximate time period is 60 days and I don't want to prolong it. So we need to make sure that we give him and his team full cooperation. So that would be my ask, if it's okay with my colleagues, to ask you to have Public Safety Director Alexander reach out to Investigator Rothwell to find out what the needs are and the schedule and when he wants to start, and report back to this committee, and then we'll communicate with our colleagues. Thank you.
Will do.
I did have one follow-up question. Is there, and then we may not have an answer for it at this time, but is there a hotline, a phone number, an email for people who may or may not have been reaching out to us that we can refer them to if they have any information about this investigation?
Mayor, if that's necessary, and I'm asking because she didn't speak to me, if that is what Investigator Rothwell deems is necessary, he will let us know. We don't want to make any recommendations. He knows what he's doing. He's very, if you haven't had a chance, read his credentials. So he'll let us know if that's what he needs.
Okay, I just want to know what to tell people who may or may not. When we announced this the last time, When the announcement that we were going to do an investigation happened, we got calls. I'm sure that after tonight, I will get more calls. I just want to know where to send those calls.
Well, Mayor, you should be sending those calls to the city manager. Employees shouldn't be calling the mayor about personnel matters. And I want to make this clear. This is not this is an operational review. This is an operational review of policies and procedures. This is not a investigation to see what, our current police chief has done wrong. This is not implying that he has done anything wrong. This is an operational review for him to come in, review our policies, and make recommendations. That's what this is. So if any employee is calling you about anything in the city, the charter says you should be referring them back to the city manager.
Madam Attorney?
Given that the investigation is ensuing, it's very important to protect the appearance of the integrity and the integrity itself. If somebody does have concerns in lieu of, as you mentioned, a hotline or things of that nature, they should be routed to the city manager. Or if the investigator, again, I'm not familiar with his scope or the way that he exactly does it, if he's going to provide a hotline or things of that nature. But they should not be routed through anybody at the council or an elected official. It should be routed directly to the investigator. And if not directly to the investigator, then to the city manager.
I agree, thank you. All right, the chair will, we're in a motion. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved 6-0.
Please sound the next item.
Brings us to letter B, administration. Second reading, request council approval and ordinance to amend Appendix C to add Article 11, frontage repaving requirement of the Code of Ordinances to the City of South Fulton, Georgia, sponsored by Councilmember J.C. Sebastian.
The chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve as sounded.
Any discussion? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Rowell.
This is just a clarifying question. I know when we updated our zoning several years ago, it requires sidewalks in communities. Does it not require it at the front of the subdivision? Is that what this is solely?
This has to do with the street frontage, not the sidewalks. Because what has been happening is, as people come and put in these developments, either their vehicles or just how they would pave like the turn lane and leave the rest of the road uneven, messed up, right? We're saying that staff will go out and work with the builders to make sure that how the quality of the road that they came and met from the construction, before the construction starts, they would leave that same quality right across the road. Because the turn lane, to fix a turn lane sometimes is one thing, but if the impacts of the heavy vehicles for months and maybe even years deteriorates the rest of the road, we have to make sure that staff is tracking this and then they work with the developers to make sure they restore the frontage of the road.
Are we still holding bonds? Because I thought the way to deal with the road paving issues was to hold their bonds for 3 years to make sure that they completed everything in the subdivision. I just want to make sure I understand.
So this is not inside the subdivision. This is talking about the main road that would lead into the new subdivision. That would have been deteriorated by the construction traffic.
Okay, got it.
Right? Or when they put in the turn lane to go into the subdivision, sometimes it's not really level or the same quality of the rest of the road.
Okay.
Right? And
Okay.
so we're trying to make sure when they leave out, then they leave a good quality frontage in front of the subdivision after construction.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gums.
So I do want to kind of give you an example because this is something that was happening in District 2. So I'm glad to see that Councilman Sebastian decided to move forward with this legislation. The new subdivision that is coming, I think is next to the pet boarding. It's a D.R. Horton project by the bridge. And you notice how even through all of the construction, there were potholes and everything, and it looked really bad. So the requirement now with this legislation is that they don't have to wait until the project is over. They need to make sure that they pave that road prior to them finishing the subdivision. But that's one of the examples of what this legislation will do. It will require them to pave that street in front of it, not just not just their subdivisions or those turn lanes. So I think this is very important because a lot of our roads, you know, their trucks going into their subdivisions are tearing up our streets. So thank you, Councilman Sebastian, for carrying this legislation.
I second that, thanks. We spend a lot of money repaving these streets, as you can just see in our budget presentation. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved 6-0.
All right, we have some first reads to go through, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, sir, we have 3 first reads. First one is first read, ordinance amending public hearings and participation, section 1-3002, revised 1, to allow unrestricted public comment, sponsored by Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett. Number 2, first read, an ordinance to amend section 6.11 of the Charter of the City of South Fulton to revise certain procedures relating to the imposition of millage rates, to establish an effective date, to provide for correction of scrivener's error, to either raise the millage rate cap or eliminate the millage rate cap. And then also, first read, an ordinance to adopt the fiscal year 2026 budget for each fund of the City of South Fulton, Georgia, appropriating the amounts showing in each fund as expenditures and expenses, adopting several items of revenue anticipations, prohibiting expenditures or expenses from exceeding the actual funding available and for other lawful purposes.
I do want to remind people, thank you, Councilwoman Bell, we will have a very special citywide town hall at Enon Baptist Church next Wednesday, September the 3rd. You want to be there. We're going to get into all of the questions, comments, concerns, queries, illusions, disillusions, and hallucinations about our millage rate cap elimination or raising, those two options that were just read into the record. And there will be a facilities tour on Friday as well. You can find all this information at cityofsouthfultonga.gov. All right, Mr. Clerk, we have one more item.
Yes, sir. We have an add-on approval of donations as announced by Councilmember Gums, $1,300 from PepsiCo, well, for Gatorades, 1,300 bottles of Gatorade from PepsiCo, $200 gift card from Publix, as well as from Omega 14, lighting and sound engineering for the mental health event that was held on August 23rd.
We'll entertain a motion. It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by show of hands. All right, Mr. Clerk, that was our last item.
We got to do executive session.
I know, but that was our last.
Mayor, I would like to take a point of personal privilege real short.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
I just want to extend condolences to Denise Wells. You know, employees do talk to us and we pay attention. And I do know that she was very close with her grandmother. And I know that her grandmother gave her steak and others. She told me how she was she couldn't eat chicken, and her grandmother made sure that she always had steak and what she wanted. I was close to my grandmother too, so I empathize, and we extend our condolences. And please let us know if you need anything. And thank you. You should not have been here tonight. Um, Grief isn't brief. Take your time. Take time away if you need it. But most of all, thank you for always being here for us, the ladies, keeping us together and keeping us encouraged and giving us a spiritual word and always staying so positive. Um, we love you and we thank you and we're here for you.
And with that, I will entertain a motion to go back into executive session or adjourn. I will entertain whatever motion is made.
any items?
Yeah, we paid.
10 minutes.
All right then.
Motion to go into executive session for personnel, cybersecurity,
Or just personnel?
just personnel.
No.
For just personnel.
All right. All right, it's been properly moved and seconded for 10 minutes.
For 10 minutes.
Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Unanimously, we are recessed at 10 p.m.
quorum. Okay, I'll entertain, a motion to.
I move to reconvene from executive session.
Second.
Properly moved in second. Can we take this vote by a show of hands?
Court that motion approved 5-0. We reconvene at 10:36.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, do we have any actionable items out of executive session?
No, ma'am, there was no action taken in executive session that requires a public vote.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Properly moved with a second. Take this by a show of hands.
Court that motion approved unanimously. We are adjourned at 10:36.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Everybody?